They can spray that on.
Call to order the January 20th, 2026 Zionsville Planning Commission meeting. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. We'll begin with recognition of the new Planning Commission members.
Do you need to take attendance?
Oh, yeah, we do need to take attendance,
Okay.
don't we?
Josh Fedor,
Present.
Kendrick Davis,
Present.
Nick Plopper,
Present.
Nikki Finelli,
Present.
Brad Johnson,
Present.
Craig Melton,
Present.
Jim Hurst. Present. All present.
All right, we'll move on to recognition of the new Planning Commission members and swearing in. Mr. Mayor, are you taking that?
I think the mayor would like us to, those of us being sworn in, come down.
So we will do it one at a time. I will start with Mr. Hurst, who's entering his second term. Congratulations on your second term on the planning commission. First thing I need you to tell me is that you live in Zionsville and you're 18 years of age. Then, if you're ready to go, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jim Hurst. Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the State of Indiana. And the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana. That I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially, discharge the duties of the office of Commissioner of the Zionsville Plan Commission. For the town of Zionsville, Indiana. According to law. And to the best of my skill and ability. So help me God. Congratulations. Okay, Greg? All right, can you certify that you live in Zionsville and you're over the age of 18?
Live in Zionsville and I'm 43.
Okay, fair enough. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Craig Melton,
I, Craig Melton,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Indiana,
the Constitution of the State of Indiana,
and the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana,
and the ordinances of the town of Zionsville, Indiana,
that I will faithfully,
honestly,
and impartially
discharge the duties
of the office of Commissioner of the Zionsville Plan Commission.
of the office
Of Commissioner
of Commissioner
for the Zionsville Plan Commission.
of the Zionsville Plan Commission,
For the town of Zionsville, Indiana,
for the town of Zionsville, Indiana,
according to law
according to law
and to the best of my skill and ability,
and to the best of my skill and ability.
so help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
First thing I need you to tell me is that you are a resident of Zionsville and 18 or over.
I'm a resident of Zionsville and I'm over the age of 18.
Can you see some ID on that?
No, don't do that.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Nicole Finelli,
I, Nicole Finelli,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States of America,
of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Indiana,
the Constitution of the State of Indiana,
and the ordinances
and the ordinances
of the town of Zionsville,
of the
Indiana,
town of Zionsville, Indiana,
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
honestly, and impartially discharge the duties of the office of Commissioner
discharge the duties of the office of the Commissioner
of the Zionsville Plan Commission
of the Zionsville Plan Commission
for the town of Zionsville, Indiana,
for the town of Zionsville, Indiana,
according to law
according to law
and to the best of my skill and ability,
and to the best of my skill and ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to move on to the election of officers. We'll start with president. Is there any nominations for president?
I nominate Brad Johnson to be president of the Plan Commission.
Do we need a second on that? Is there any other nominees?
I'd like to nominate Josh Fedor to be the president.
I respectfully will decline it at this time. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
But I think I got my hands full as it is. Seeing none, do we need to do roll call on this, or?
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Brad Johnson. Craig Mel.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Congratulations, Brad. Come on down. Let's get the center here. Get me out of this hot seat. Where's Lennon? Here, Roger.
All right, do we have any motions for vice president?
I would nominate Mr. Josh Fedor to be vice president of the Zionsville Plan Commission.
Any other nominees? All right, let's do a roll call.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Unanimous decision.
BZA appointment, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to nominate Mr. Josh Fedor. He served on the BZA for the Plan Commission, I believe, the last 2 years. It is a comparatively young BZA. We would value Mr. Fedor's experience greatly on it.
Josh, are you okay with serving on the BZA again? Okay, great. Roll call then.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Unanimous approval.
Okay. So the next item is to elect secretary. Historically, we've had our staff, Mike Dale be our secretary. We need a nomination.
I'll continue on. I nominate Mr. Mike Dale to be our secretary.
Any other nominations? All right, let's do a roll call.
Josh Fedor.
I assume you'll take
Aye.
it, Mike.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Unanimous approval.
I think that completes.
Now the-
All right, I think that completes our election of Plan Commission officers and assignments to the BZA. So moving on to the Planning and Building Department monthly report. Is there anything there, Mike?
Nope, there's no, unless
Okay.
anything you board wants to mention.
And then we have meeting minutes from our December 15th meeting. We need a motion or corrections. Did anyone find any corrections?
I move we accept the December 15th, 2025 meeting minutes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second is Josh. Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Unanimous approval.
All right, we have a number of continuances. Staff, do you want to speak to each of these? Who's got the first one? Roger?
Thank you. Petition 2025-73-Z is a rezoning. The petitioner is requesting an initial continuance was granted at the November 17th Plan Commission meeting to tonight. The petitioner requests another continuance to the March 16th, 2026 meeting. we had informed the petitioner we would present that for them.
There's no official action needed, it just automatically continues, is that correct? Or do
We need a motion.
Oh,
Is
we
there
do need a
second?
motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
is there a second?
All right, so we need a motion to continue the matter at hand.
So moved.
Second.
Separate, Craig, I'm sorry.
Craig and then Nikki.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll just do a roll, or all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. That carries. Let's move on to the next one. Who's got that?
Next one is docket number 2025-75-Z, another rezoning petition for Pulte Homes. This is for single-family development. They are requesting a one-month continuance to the February 17th meeting.
Motion to continue this.
Motion to approve continuance.
Second.
Okay, Craig and Josh. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Item number 2025-76-PP, staff.
This is a request for a primary plat from Ryan Homes. This project is tied together with a petition the petitioner has filed with the town of Whitestown. And there are some issues going on with the Whitestown petition that are requiring this portion of the project also be continued. Again, they are pursuing a PUD rezoning in Whitestown, not here. Again, it would remain under our zoning classification of the property. We'd just be looking at it as a primary plat, but because the two petitions are tied together and the petition in Whitestown is needing to be continued, this one, to move at the same pace, must also be continued.
Okay, we need a motion to continue this matter.
Motion to continue.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? None. Let's move on to the next one. So.
Last item for
2025
continuance,
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Docket number 2025-78-DP. This is a development plan petition for Crew Car Wash. They are proposing a facility to be constructed within the Michigan Road, the rural Michigan Road overlay. Car washes are a prohibited use within that area of the overlay, so they are needing to secure a use variance before that is presented to you as a development plan review. The use variance was continued to the March 4th BZA hearing, so therefore, this hearing of the development plan must take place after that hearing. So this petition is needing to be continued until the March 16th Plan Commission meeting.
To continue.
Motion to continue.
Second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that's approved. Okay, we have a consent agenda item for the first time this evening. I believe we just need an emotion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Roger has something to add.
We do have one petition that is requested to be bumped to the end of the petition, or of the agenda, I'm sorry. It would be docket number
2025-83.
2025-83-Z. The petitioner is Pittman Partners, and the name of the project is Woodland Grove PUD rezoning. Because members of the development team are currently at another public hearing, and they were afraid they would not be able to make it here in time for when it is called, they've asked to be moved to the end of tonight's agenda here.
We need a motion to modify the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Mike?
Yep.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
No, I just have a question. I should have asked earlier. I apologize. On the continuance request, are we running into any time frame issues on those? I should have asked that before. I apologize.
No, excellent question. We have kept the petitioners aware of their time deadline, and so far, everything is within the requirements of statute, but they are aware of what that deadline is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is our continued business to be heard. Petition 2025-77-DP, staff report.
Thank you. If I could have my screen promoted, please. This development plan is a request for an 11,400 plus or minus square foot multi-tenant building on Lot O of Section 7 in Holiday Farms in the central mixed-use block of the Holiday Farms PUD. This development plan petition was introduced and discussed at the December 15th Plan Commission meeting, and the Plan Commission requested the petitioner reconsider the proposed trash enclosure location and proposed building elevations, specifically the Marketplace Drive elevation. The petition was continued at that time and continued to be heard at tonight's meeting for further consideration. So as a quick refresher from last month, and also out as a courtesy to the two new Plan Commission members, on the screen before you is a location map with the subject site outlined. It is Lot O of Holiday Farms. This is the commercial section of Holiday Farms. Immediately to the west of the subject site, you have Marketplace Drive, and then on the opposite side of Marketplace Drive would be the Springhetti Dental facility that is going to be constructed there. Directly north of the subject site is the existing Starbucks. On the opposite side, or on the east side of the subject site, it is bordered by US 421 Michigan Road, which on the other side of it, you have the development of the Century Senior Living Facility and townhomes, and then off to the southeast is the Interactive Academy. Moving on to the zoning map, this subject site is again within the Holiday Farms PUD, so not only the subject site, but all those properties to the north, south, and to the west are within that PUD. Property on the opposite side of Michigan Road is also part of the second phase of the Holiday Farms PUD. And again, the Interactive Academy to the southeast is zoned SU7. As I mentioned, the proposed development is a multi-tenant building of approximately 11,500 square feet. This would be a double frontage lot with one lot being on Marketplace Drive and the other lot or other frontage being on Michigan Road. The proposed development would have a parking field between the building and Michigan Road. Vehicular access into the property would be via a shared drive extending from Marketplace Drive in this location. Required pedestrian pathway is along Marketplace Drive because an earlier approval of Section 7 shifted the location of this path from Michigan Road to Marketplace Drive. Street trees, benches, and bicycle racks are placed along this path. Pedestrian access to and through the site is marked with prominent striping, providing access to the building from both the perimeter pathway and through the parking lot. On-site, perimeter, and greenbelt landscaping is also provided. As a point of correction from last month, I inaccurately stated that the applicable setbacks for the site. To be correct, the platted setbacks are 7 feet from the front of Marketplace Drive, 30 feet from Michigan Road, and 0 building setback lines on both the north and south property lines. There are a couple of topics of interest to mention tonight, which again were the cause for the continuance last month. The first item being the trash dumpster enclosure location. The trash enclosure has been relocated within the parking area. It's located here. From last month, it was on this side of the drive aisle with the doors opening in that direction. They have relocated it, basically rotated it almost not quite 180 degrees, but now the doors are facing to the west. The trash enclosure is heavily screened with landscaping and would not be visible from Michigan Road. You can see on this landscaping drawing, they have not only provided landscaping here, but also increased the landscaping at this location. it is anticipated that the future trash enclosure for the adjoining lot or neighboring lot, Lot N to the south, would mirror in location and landscaping the proposed enclosure of this proposal. And the petitioner has provided some additional drawings to show as a representation of how the screening would work to hopefully shield the enclosure. This would be from the parking lot looking to the southwest. And then they've also provided these elevations or drawings showing this elevation if you're on Michigan Road looking toward the building. So the trash enclosure would be in this location. This is the new elevation from Marketplace Drive. So from this point, you can't see the trash enclosure. But then moving on, again, this would be the Michigan Road side, and the trash enclosure would be in this location. Whereas on this drawing, this would be the Michigan Road side, and here you can see the enclosure at that location. The building elevations have been revised as well. The building now includes more pronounced offsets, more glassed areas, and a projecting canopy over a majority of the length of the building's facade. So here, this is the building elevation facing 421. It did not receive any significant revisions. However, this building elevation toward Marketplace Drive, it's difficult to see on this drawing. I've got another one that I'm going to be showing to you, but there are some more significant offsets to the building in this area, but you can also see the canopies here. There was a question last month about where utilities would be mounted on the building. They've identified clearly that this area would be for utility meters. And this is also showing outdoor dining areas on this location and this location. So I put together this example to give a comparison. The drawing on the top side is the original building elevation that's facing Marketplace Drive. The building on the bottom is now the revised building elevation facing Marketplace Drive. So you can see some of the changes. They removed this board and batten area. They've changed the brick layout here. And there's some changes down here in the offset built in the offsets. And here, this drawing especially shows the building offsets that have been introduced. They have, this is also the axonometric facing US 421 and Marketplace Drive. Here you can also see, so this would be the Marketplace Drive side, and they've introduced these step backs. And on this plan, you can better see the location of the outdoor dining areas. The signage has not changed. And with that, these revisions to the trash enclosure and the building elevations, in staff's opinion, they have satisfactorily addressed our initial concerns. Staff does support the conditional approval of the submitted development plan with the following condition: that subject to the resolution of outstanding review items identified by the comment letters identified in the staff report exhibits 5A and 5B. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions of staff?
I have a question, and I think in the comment letter 5A, excuse me, 5B, it's a question about the sprinkler system. And I was just wondering if you could show us on an elevation what that comment is referring to. I don't know if that's what the utilities that you pointed out or another part of the building. It's talking about the PIV appears to be depicted inside the west sidewalk. May be preferable to move it to the yard and avoid potential problems with the required egress widths on the sidewalk.
Talking about was going to be up in this area. And again, that is the type of detail item that would be resolved prior to any permits being issued. I know that fire did not express any great concern about this topic. So again, it's one of those remaining Ts to be crossed and Is to be dotted that, again, fire is aware of that, and they would be reviewing that during the permit review process as well. So,
And that's on a portion of the property that has minimal setback. Is that the 7 feet or the?
Yes.
Okay. yeah,
yes.
Okay.
Any other questions of staff? Is the petitioner here?
Good evening, Plan Commission. Roger, thank you for that. That was a very detailed staff report. I know you guys have a long agenda tonight. I don't want to belabor that too terribly much. I am here tonight with two principals from Astor.
Your name,
Oh, I
please.
apologize.
Yes.
Jeff Jacob, I'm an attorney here in Zionsville. I'm here with Yash Thind and Ajay Sakhtava from Astor Development, Matt Maple, who has done the civil work from HWC, and Kenny Jackson from Sinosure Design. Roger's done a terrific job laying out what revisions we have made since we were last here, specifically looking at a significant number of plantings in and around the dumpster area and along 421. And as mentioned, we've relocated and reoriented the dumpster, and then the modifications to the Marketplace Drive section. The goal there, if you recall from last time, was to equalize those frontages. Again, this site is challenged and blessed with two frontages. And so while we want to encourage foot traffic to the Michigan Road side, we recognize that that there does need to be a good deal of there will be traffic to the Marketplace Drive side. But we believe that we have submitted to you based upon your comments and staff input and working with the Hinkie Development Group, who we have a representative here this evening as well. We've got a unique design that connects to the PUD and what's been approved in the area already, the Starbucks and the physician's office. As to the dumpster location, which was much discussed at the last meeting, we've shifted it inward and, as mentioned, rotated it. A few notes. As you look at the practical use of the site, that is accessible to trucks and users and is safe. It is away from Marketplace Drive, and we view that given the speeds at which cars will travel along Michigan Road, the distance of separation from the road to the dumpster as really our sensitive area along Marketplace Drive that we wanted to avoid and protect that area as much as possible. We have also obviously landscaped that area quite significantly. I think as staff mentioned, we doubt that it will be visible from Michigan Road. So having said that, and one of the other comments we have from the last meeting was a little bit more of a view of the landscaping, which we have up and in some of our renderings, I think gives you a pretty good idea of this heavily landscaped site. We also have, with the new revisions to the project, we have the Hinkie Architectural Review Board approval, which we have worked hand in glove with to come up with the revised plan and site relocations that you see this evening. So consistent with staff's recommendation, we would very much request your approval of the development plan. Happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions of the petitioner?
Mr. Jacob, I have just a quick question. We're looking at this drawing that's up here right now, and it shows where the dumpster is, and then it shows a tree directly across from that. Is that what you see as well?
Correct. That will be part of the, while we recognize that is spilling over into the adjacent lot, that will be part of the parking features and elements on the site.
And you anticipate that a trash vehicle can access that?
That has been thank you for that question. That's been a challenge trying to work to the practicalities of being able to get trash vehicles in, realistically use the dumpster location. And to answer your question, yes, the southwest corner of this site, as we have moved the enclosure all over the site, the southwest side of this lot is challenged with some grade changes that made it very difficult to move around in that area. We feel comfortable and confident that this is a accessible, usable, and screened location with as minimal impact to the site as we can make it.
Thank you.
Further questions?
I would just say I appreciate petitioners' efforts to address our concerns from last year's meeting, and also accommodate future development to the south, allowing us to put another trash enclosure mirroring what we see in this revised plan. So I appreciate the efforts you guys have made.
Other questions? So I think that it was our past president that had some issues with the architecture mostly, and it feels like you've knocked that out of the park. It seems strong improvements on the marketplace side of the building. And overall, architecturally, I think it's, you're spot on. That's my particular comments about that. In the landscaping plan, thank you again for that. That also looks quite nice. I do still have issues with the dumpster enclosure. I may be in a minority here tonight on that. I think it's a negative precedent for us to set as a town to have parking lots used for dumpster enclosures. And it's not just the aesthetic of it. It's the debris that blows out of them. It's the trash trucks that come in and drop debris and fluids. I've certainly, when my trash gets picked up, there's usually a trail of who knows what's in that fluid pouring out of the trucks. If you have restaurants there and that's where they're dumping their waste, there could be odors coming from that. It's right next to your outdoor dining area, assuming you haven't utilized that outdoor dining space. So even though there's a lot of landscaping, and I agree that the aesthetic is going to be minimal, to me it's the practice of having that in a parking lot that is more of the issue than the aesthetic of it. It is the aesthetic, and you can and did address that, but I think that's more than just that. When I see dumpster enclosures, they tend to not get maintained over time too. The doors get hit, bumped, whatever. They tend to be a less maintained part of a development.
Understood. And Roger, may I, while you have this queued up, would you turn to the dumpster enclosure feature? Mr. Johnson, I agree, understand, and we have put a considerable amount of time looking into those issues. And the dumpster enclosure that we have proposed has significant doors to them, and makes it so that those will hopefully remain closed. They will not be unsightly. That'll be something that we address with tenants. We understand, and we really have struggled, but we believe that this, has the least amount of impact on not only the users of the site, but the pedestrian traffic and 421. But I appreciate your comments.
One other point that I'll make is that a lot of the buildings that were presented in the PUD were kind of standalone buildings, and we didn't really see, I don't think, kind of a strip center. And now we understand that the next development to the south is likely going to be a mirror of this building. So we're going to have kind of a nice big continuation of the same thing. In that configuration, there would be room for a dumpster enclosure on the back side or on the side of the building. It's really because the full lot width is being used for the structure itself. We have learned that this site is subject to 0 setbacks. And so on your south south side of the property, I mean, theoretically, that dumpster enclosure could go right to the property line. And just with a small reduction in the size of the building, you could get it on the side of the building. Is that the
Yeah,
case?
we played around with that quite a bit. And the negatives that we saw, frankly, we didn't bring that to you because of the proximity to Marketplace Drive and what we believe is the most sensitive area under the PUD with that dual frontage, which is is Marketplace Drive and the pedestrian access. We also, much like the reasons that you mentioned, we recognize that dumpsters are a necessary evil and not pleasant. And so having that next to the building brings that closer to our users and to outdoor dining and features like that. And so as we played around that, we really struggled with some of the grade issues as well, and the road configuration. So we understand, we really, really did try to hear what you said the last time and move this all around the site. We frankly believe that this was the best option. We didn't come here with a litany of them because there are a variety of struggles, practical, aesthetic, and otherwise, for users, tenants, and pedestrians as well. So I appreciate your comment.
In one of the drawings, it showed that there was going to be a mirroring of this dumpster enclosure in the next development to the south. Is that accurate, or is
I
there
can't-
conversations? I understand you're not representing that developer tonight, but.
Correct.
But is that conversation happening there?
I do not believe that the petitioner or I believe that is Lot N. I don't know that they have discussed that. We would certainly not take objection to that. We would leave that to staff's good graces to make a determination what to do, and they may be in a better position to address that issue.
So we may end up with two dumpsters in the front of the building. I mean, that's kind of what's the direction it's going, it sounds like.
We would
Let me-
not, oh, go ahead.
Because we have moved the main pedestrian pathway to Marketplace Drive, and I understand that was a conscious decision to get it off of the 421 corridor, which seems to be a good decision. What I'm wondering is is there any ability to push that to the east and get it into the border of the property and get it away from the building and possibly, put a green roof on it, or just, again, kind of landscape it heavily there so that it isn't really as integrated close to the building?
Yeah, as to let me take those in reverse order. The fire department is not a fan, I've learned, of coverings of any kind over a dumpster. So we looked at that and
Okay.
got some pushback on that issue. And I believe if we try to shift this to the east, that really gets into the vehicular ingress and egress in that area. So I don't know if from a site standpoint that's possible, but my guess is probably not.
Is there mounding there in that border, or that buffer yard? Or is it all flat?
Roger, I believe we have some, if you would mind, I believe there is a small amount of mounding.
If there is, it's minimal.
Yeah, it's minimal if there is some.
I don't know, I've stated my case for it. I just think this is a dangerous direction to go. It's a utility feature that's being placed in the middle of a parking lot. So that's my thoughts about it. Anyone else want to comment?
I think it's kind of the curse of these two-sided buildings where we're trying to put a front facade on both sides of these buildings. Where's this dumpster end up going? I mean, you're running out of locations for it. It's the curse of these two-sided buildings, I think. The concept sounds great, people coming in from both sides, but you don't have any place to hide all the utilities anymore, so. Yeah.
So I missed the last meeting. Was this ever pushed toward Michigan Road? Was that a?
No, it
okay,
was
so-
in this same location, more or less, but the doors were somewhat facing Michigan Road. They were at a 45-degree angle facing Michigan Road.
It's kind of unique because, you know, you have the Bub's Burger buildings, they're pushed forward, you got your parking and your dumpsters in the back, and then you can go out to the farm, and you see the farm buildings are similar in this fact that they have parking behind them. And I think what the farm has going for it that's different than this is the elevation change that allows for a more robust blinding, so to speak. So I think that's, in my mind, I'm looking at this and I'm really challenged with what to do here. The dumpster is a problem, but what's the front door to these? I mean, I'm looking, where are the deliveries coming in, I guess? That's the question for the attorney. The deliveries, which side of the building are the
They
deliveries?
will likely come in along Marketplace, I would think.
So,
And we're treating that, Mr. Melton, as, you know, that is likely going to be because there's less vehicular traffic through there. That's probably, we want to treat that as a secondary entrance. From a retail standpoint, the feedback we're getting, and we've got significant interest from a user, and they want to try to push as much traffic, foot traffic, as they can to the Michigan roadside entrance. So that's the realities of dealing with these, as Mr. Fedor points out, these two frontage structures. That you've got, you know, issues like that, the practical issues of what, how to address it. So, you know, we have, as mentioned, we certainly welcome a suggestion, but we have really, really stretched, pushed, and pulled at this, trying to move it in different locations, orientations, but we're from a user standpoint, from a future tenant standpoint, you know, from our perspective, and I think from the Hinkie Development Group standpoint, we are satisfied with this and the screening. We're the ones, you know, our users are going to be ones that are going to be operating it and maintaining it as tenants. And so that's something that we're going to need to continue to manage and live with, and we recognize that, and we think it's in the best location.
Just when anyone's trying to develop a site, if you can't get the parking that you need, the minimum parking, usually that means the building needs to be reduced. Or if you can't get your landscaping, then the building needs to be reduced. Like, you've got to get all your minimums in. And then that kind of dictates the size of the building. To me, this is just one of those other criteria that it's, if you can't get all of the requirements met, then it tells me that the building's bigger than it should be for the site.
Is there a requirement not being met here that you'd like to discuss? I think we've got two new commissioners tonight. We have a development plan that's before us in this particular petition. I think we could probably all benefit from a reminder of what our charge is with respect to this petition. We've got a comment in our packet about that, but I just think for the benefit of Craig and Nikki, it might be helpful to talk about what it is exactly we're supposed to do with this petition. And my understanding is that if it meets the requirements of the PUD, that we shall approve it. And if it doesn't, we shall deny it. We get way out on a limb trying to tell people where to put dumpster enclosures and how to design their parking lot. I get a little uncomfortable with that. Now, they came here last month and we told them, we don't like the dumpster enclosure. They've made significant changes, and I think trying to accommodate future development. We can guess about where the foot traffic's gonna be on Marketplace Drive relative to Michigan Road. We can guess about the traffic patterns of waste removal. I think we need to consider all those things about how that happens in the most efficient way and the most safe way. But I also don't think it's fair to keep telling the petitioners to redesign their plan month after month. I think that ship has sailed. If we wanted them to put it in a specific place, we should have told them that already.
Two points there. One is that staff has told them from day one that they did not support that location, and they insisted on continuing down that path. So they have been hearing this since the very early days. And the staff did not support that location. The PUD is silent, I believe, on dumpster locations, so it falls back to the zoning ordinance, which does say something about dumpster locations. And third is that every zoning ordinance of all of our neighboring and all across the region here, they all have regulations on dumpster locations. It is very common. It's kind of a very basic standard that is nearly every community has.
It's silent in the PUD and it's in the zoning ordinance. I guess someone needs to tell me what the zoning ordinance says.
Where that it is in violation of any standard.
Oh, okay. I thought that staff had stated earlier that that was not a supported location.
No, we had stated that this was not a good location, not a preferred location. We did not say it was a non-compliant location.
Does it say anything about in inconspicuous locations, or is it silent on dumpsters altogether? While he's looking that up, is there anyone from the public that wants to speak on the matter? We can have those folks.
No one signed in on the street.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I do appreciate where you're coming from, Nick, as far as that goes. I agree with volleying back and forth, but I think it is very important too to, that some of the things that have been brought up by Brad, we're starting to set a precedence of just like the copy and paste kind of strip mall stuff, that that's in a pretty important part of town, I feel like. So I think it does behoove us, out of just being responsible, to make sure we're setting expectations properly, from that standpoint, especially with, like I said, what's going on, in that area. I think it's fair to do, at least to have that conversation, publicly as well. I agree with you. I think there's you may run into some issues on the south side of the building, but I think, if you're trying to push and pull, customers to certain places, I think, that could potentially help, either block off an area or make it less accessible to where people want to deter from that. I don't know how many times you've gone to Chick-fil-A in Whitestown, not to call them out, but their dumpster enclosure is literally right there at the entrance, and what is always there? Either boxes or grease, or the doors are open and off, and there's a truck in the way blocking traffic. Just looking at the schematic that's up, I mean, trying to picture a trash truck being able to pull in and park basically with, a tree behind them, parking spaces, directly to the west there, that access is literally going through the entire parking lot. So I think these are some good things to bring up, as far as that goes, and as we consider it.
I would remind the board that there are mandatory findings that really should be referenced in the decision-making process. And so I remind you to look at those findings as referenced in the staff report, as helpful for decision criteria, whether to grant this development plan. On page 4 of 5 of the staff report, you'll find those findings.
I can provide some additional information then for you to consider.
Yes, Roger.
The Holiday Farms PUD, which was adopted, the property prior to the adoption of this PUD had been zoned R2 residential, which is one of the rural zoning classifications. So where the PUD, and the PUD also does not detail then a different zoning classification to be the base. So therefore, if the PUD ordinance does not address something, you default to the underlying zoning, which in this case would have been the R2. Again, rural residential. The rural zoning districts across the board, they do not address where these types of items can or cannot be located. So since the PUD is silent on that topic and we're then going to default to the R2, again, it is also silent.
So if somebody were in R2, they could put a dumpster enclosure anywhere? Is that what you're saying? Or is it silent meaning it's not permitted? Because silence sometimes means not permitted, sometimes it means Wild West. Okay.
Well, I think that's part of why we're up here as well.
Right.
Is to ensure that there's some consistency, some, common sense.
If nothing else, this is a point that we should try to work on amendments to the ordinance and get clarity. I mean, set the precedent the way we want to.
Yeah, again, you are directed to, and I think staff has, directed to look for development standards in the ordinance, which would be the PUD or the underlying zoning ordinance of the town if there is no standard. When you don't find either standard, there's no standard to hold the developer to. I agree with staff about this and their position, which is, the question is, have they met all the development standards we have? And if they have, then I agree with Nick. I think that you're kind of bound to do it. Doesn't mean you're going to be happy with it, and there may be things about it you don't like, and appreciate the petitioner saying, well, we'll bring back something a little better to you. I think they have, but again, the question is, if there is no standard, and there easily could be standards in your zoning ordinance saying, if you're going to have a trash container in a commercial development, here's what you have to do. We don't have that here. The PUD could have been the same way. If you're going to have a trash, it just doesn't. So we can't hold them to standards we don't have. And again, I agree with Mike. If you look at the required factors, I think staff's analysis is right on.
I think this commission is blessed with Mr. Johnson and some others that can really visualize how something is going to look and can work to integrate these documents. This is something, if it's important to the town, if it's important to the Plan Commission, we need a process to make sure it gets into the PUDs, right?
Yeah.
And very supportive of those of you with the ability to see that, to ensure it gets done that way. I, however, find that, in my opinion, the petitioner has worked hard to hide this. They don't appear to be, they are not in violation of the PUD. They're not in violation of any zoning ordinance. And if you're ready for motions, I would be prepared to make one.
Yes, I am prepared for that.
I move that docket number 2027-77-DP, a development plan for a 11,465 square foot multi-tenant building on Lot 0 of Section 7 in Holiday Farms, being in the central mixed-use block of the Holiday Farms PUD, be conditionally approved based on the findings in the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted findings of fact, subject to resolution of outstanding review items identified by comment letters identified in Exhibits 5A and 5B.
Second. Second is by Nick Plopper.
Is it Lot O?
It is Lot O.
Oh, okay.
I accept the amendment, it is Lot O.
All right, Mike, roll call.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Nay.
Nikki Finelli.
Nay.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 approved, 2 denied. So the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Moving on. All right. All right, I lost my agenda. There we go. Thank you. It's always good to have a hard copy, huh? All right. Staff, do you want to take the next agenda item?
Yes, sir. And again, if my screen could be
That's
promoted, please. Next item on the agenda is docket number 2025-80-DP. This is a development plan for a 1,590 square foot church meeting house to be constructed on a 0.60 parcel in the R1 Rural Single Family Zoning District. For your orientation, on the screen is a location map with Oak Street, which borders the property. It is located immediately south of the subject site. It is located immediately west of one of the entries into the Stonegate residential subdivision. It is important to point out that this lot, as well as those immediately to its west, were not platted as part of the Stonegate development. So it's just, these are lots adjacent to, but not part of. Moving on to the zoning map, the property is, let me back up to the, well, I'll stay here with the zoning district. Again, it is zoned rural single-family R1, and a church meeting house is not referenced within the zoning ordinance as a land use category. Therefore, pursuant to section 194.013 of the zoning ordinance, the planning director has determined that the proposed use is compatible with the land use characteristics typical of a church or temple, which is a permitted use in the R1 zoning district, subject to development plan review and approval. The petitioner proposes to construct this 1,590 plus or minus square foot single-story church meeting house and related parking area. Vehicular access onto the site would be directly from Oak Street, leading to parking areas on the south and east sides of the building. Here is the site plan, again with Oak Street on the south. I have outlined the proposed building in red just to make it a little easier to see. And they're proposing parking spaces here along the south and along the east side of the building. This portion of the site is encumbered by an easement, but again, this is the general layout. This carve-out or portion of the lot has been developed by a Whitestown, lift station. So that, I'm gonna go back to the location map. You can see how that has been carved out. This lot originally had been configured very similarly to those rectangular ones immediately to its west, but again, this carve-out has been done to accommodate Whitestown utility. The proposed building indicate a primary exterior building material to be lap siding with a masonry brick exterior wainscoting. The building's entry would be framed by 2 pillars with board and batten siding provided above the entry and providing some architectural accents on 2 other sides of the structure. The hip roof would be covered with asphalt shingles. From the petitioner's narrative of proposed development or improvements, quote, "The intent for this meeting house is to be a quiet, respectful space for spiritual gatherings designed to harmonize with the surrounding residential and semi-rural character of the area. The meeting house will serve a small immediate area congregation of an estimated attendance of 28 individuals. Services or gatherings are anticipated to occur twice per week, typically on Sunday mornings and 1 weekday evening. The building will not be used for daily operations, commercial activity, or any large-scale events." There are 2 specific topics of interest that staff brings to your attention. First is parking. Just as the use of church meeting house is not identified within the rural district use table, this use is also not identified within Table 14 of the rural parking requirements. The zoning ordinance states that, quote, "For uses not specified in this section or in the instance requirements for an adequate number of spaces is unclear, the number of spaces shall be determined by the administrative official on the basis of similar requirements, the number of persons served or employed, and the capability of adequately serving the visiting public. Such determination may be reviewed by the town or appealed to the BZA. In this case, the parking requirements for two similar categories of uses, one being a lodge or private club, and two, nonprofit membership organizations, stadium, coliseum, or theater. These two were reviewed and considered. The greater of these two categories resulted in a requirement for 6 parking spaces for the proposed use church meeting house, and that is based upon the proposed square footage. The petitioner proposes 10 parking spaces, obviously greater than the 6, which staff deemed as appropriate. The second item of interest for consideration deals with possible commitments. Section 194.201D of the zoning ordinance states, the Plan Commission may, when in the discretion of the Plan Commission, it is deemed necessary to, 1, assure the compatibility of a proposed development with surrounding properties, or 2, to minimize the potential for the occurrence of detrimental effects from any attributes of proposed development on surrounding properties. The Plan Commission may require or permit the owner of the parcel of the property to make written commitments concerning the use or development of the subject property in connection with a development plan approval as provided for in this chapter. Given the proposed introduction of this non-residential use onto a lot and within an area that is exclusively residential, the Plan Commission may consider requiring a commitment from the petitioner to limit the activities on the subject site. Staff had initially suggested maybe limiting that based upon the number of persons per time. Plan Commission may choose to consider another option on that. Staff supports conditional approval of the submitted development plan with the following conditions: resolution of the outstanding review items identified in the Department of Public Works letter, which is Exhibit 6 of the staff report, submittal of a compliant landscaping plan. There are two perimeters of the site where existing landscaping needs to be, I'm drawing a blank on the word, needs to be categorized to see if existing landscaping meets the standard. If it does not, then additional landscaping would be required. And again, that is the type of small item that staff typically, you typically delegate to staff to ensure that standard is met. The third item is submittal and recording of a commitment by the petitioner to limit the permitted use on the site either to a number of people based upon occupancy levels from the fire department or parking limitations, that type of thing. Again, I'm throwing that out there for discussion. With that, staff will answer any questions you might have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff?
It said in here that there was adequate sewer and water. Was that coming from Zionsville or Whitestown?
It'll be served by Whitestown Utilities. I know that this topic was discussed during TAC, and DPW had no questions.
Other questions of staff?
And can you run that by me again as far as like how you guys came up with a number of people?
That was specifically the number that had been presented in the staff report. Let me make sure I'm answering your question.
Yes, yeah.
The number that was presented in the staff report was taken directly from the petitioner's narrative.
Other questions?
So it was, it was taken, I'm just trying to understand this as well. I'm tracking with him. The number was taken from the petitioner's narrative, but yet the administration looked into similar requirements of a lodge, a private club, a coliseum, or a theater. And they based it on the square footage of those items
Yes.
and broke it down to 1,590 square foot and came up with 6 parking lots? Or
For a building of this size, 1,590 square feet roughly, for a building of that size, using the standards of those similar uses, the requirement would be that the petitioner would need to provide at least 6 parking spaces. Their site plan shows they are providing 10, so they are exceeding the number that would be required.
But it's not required, so we came up with a similar requirement. The administration came up with a similar requirement, right? So it's not written as a requirement for this particular building, but it is required for a lodge, a private club, a coliseum, and a theater.
Yes, but when the ordinance is very clear that if a use is not specified within the table of required parking,
Yes.
this is the process to identify a number. We went through that process. We utilized similar uses, which again, that's part of the process. that is
Town staff did that, correct?
Town staff did that in accordance with what the ordinance instructs us to do. And that resulted in a number that would be required of 6.
So I guess I have a question. So if we have this, and I apologize, I know I'm the new one on here, but my question really is, the narrative of 28 people that the petitioner has given us and the, I guess, the administration's ability to create this new requirement, that, to me, that doesn't line up. I don't know, 28 and 6, and I know we got to 10, but we're still way under on parking. And again, I know that's individuals within the building, and I guess we can carpool and so forth to get to that number and make it work, but I see concern with that. Parking is a huge thing. We saw parking in the last scenario. I mean, is there a dumpster on this? In this as well?
Don't open that one.
To give a little bit more understanding of how the parking table works, some uses, it will say you need 3 parking spaces for every 1,000 feet of gross floor area. And so you do the division that way. Other uses might say you need 1 parking space. For example, I believe in the, and again, this is in the rural section of Zionsville, in the urban section of Zionsville, which has its own parking table. I believe it states that for a church, where a church is identified, you need 1 parking space for every 5 fixed seats within the sanctuary. So it depends upon the use as to how the number of required parking spaces is, what the equation is to get to that number.
Using seats versus square footage and the different,
Using those 2 examples, yes.
and using the seats gets us to a higher number of required spaces,
Yes.
which is what we've asked for, or I guess the measuring stick that we're putting forward on this petition, and they've exceeded that.
Yes.
I guess when I look at it, if it wasn't a meeting space and it was say a doctor's office, 8 spots to me makes sense. You've got the doctor, you've got the secretary, and you've got people coming and going. But with a meeting space to accommodate 28 people, they're all coming, my assumption, maybe I'm wrong, they're all coming at the same time to meet. And I feel like that is something that should be weighed heavily with regards to this.
We may get some of those answers when the petitioner speaks.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that.
Any other questions of staff? Is the petitioner present? Yep. Could you come up to the podium and state your name and representation?
Yeah, Louis Samuels with the Callaway Group, address 5130 Melbourne Place, Zionsville, Indiana. Thank you very much, Roger, for the depiction. Any questions?
If you want to augment his presentation or add anything, you've heard some conversations up here. If you want to speak to that,
Yeah, okay.
this would be the time for that.
I guess from the parking standpoint, we can address that. We came up with a regular church. I think it allows for 5 persons per vehicle. This would be typical of families gathering, not individuals on their own in a car. So we went off of that, and I think it's 7 to 12 spaces that we are allowing for.
So you're allowing 7 to 12 with 5 per car?
Yeah, that's estimated as typical under.
Forgive the interruption. Did you want to take an opportunity to present your own project? I mean, because we asked some questions, you jumped into
Yeah,
to
sure. I
answering
don't know how I
them,
could
but
beat Roger's
yeah.
presentation, but
Yeah.
yes. So this is obviously a small property. The church is looking for facilities like this of small size where they can meet once or twice a week. This is on an occasion where each member that meets partakes in the service. So that's why it's in a lot smaller setting than a typical church, which is a lot larger and more people. So this property became of an ideal place because of there's a lift station and pump house out front. I think a few people have bought the property to put a residence on or house on, and have had buyer's remorse with the lights on the pump house on all night. And then also the restrictions of there is a sewer easement on the property that limits the size of structure that can be built on that. And so this was identified as an ideal location for this, and then tried to design the structure in such a way that it could be turned back to residential at some point, and it fits in with the surrounding, we got some horizontal slatting and vertical slatting brick, just to fit in with the surrounding. We've agreed, I think there's an agreement here for, no pole-mounted lightings as typical, or a sign out front. 1,500 square feet, 28 individuals have been assigned as they would be the ones that would always gather at this location. So that's where the number came from. That's.
Okay. Any questions of the petitioner?
Is there a timeline you plan on, you just made the comment that to turn this property back into residential, is there a time frame you plan on
No.
having this facility? 10 years, 20 years?
Yeah.
But you're designing it so it can be turned back into a residential
Yeah,
property?
and also so it just fits the surrounding area and doesn't look out of place, doesn't.
Okay, if there's no further
Just one
questions.
quick question. Is there a maximum occupancy already that's measured for this proposed structure?
And there is not currently, the fire marshal will,
He does that at a later date, right?
yeah, he does that once it's constructed.
It seems staff grabbed your 28 persons from your narrative. Your narrative also addresses that you anticipate 2 services per week, and that the building will not be used for daily operations, commercial activity, or any large-scale events. Are those conditions you'd be comfortable with us attaching to this
Yeah,
plan?
yep,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
yep.
Okay, if there's no further questions, we'll get comments from the audience.
Not at this time, no.
Okay, so I'd like to open it up for public comment. Come to the podium, state your name and address.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Jason Plunkett. My wife, 2 kids, and I live at 6725 John Station. However, years ago, I lived at 7650 Oak Street, the neighboring property to this petition proposal 2025-80-DP, which is designed for a non-residential use in R1. Before I begin, I do want to take a minute and just thank all of you for being here, your service to the town. I know you take time from your families to do it. We appreciate you guys serving on the commission. I'm here tonight to ask you to deny the proposal, 2025-80-DP, the development plan for the Callaway Group. To be clear, my concern is for any non-residential development that is not an approved or an inherited land use throughout all of Zionsville. So this is not just specific to this, although we are having this now. I came here this evening to represent my constituents in District 2 on matters like traffic safety, pedestrian safety, parking, utilities, et cetera, and I can still do that if there are questions about our concerns. However, I want to focus on the land use. If this was an approved land use, even if it was inherited from Boone County, I am aware that the request for denial is a very difficult one to make. My belief is that this is not a permitted land use. As Roger put in the staff report, there was a significant amount of discretion taken to make this project look like it could go into this into this land. I asked Mike Dale about the land use, and he emailed me today and stated exactly what Roger stated, that a church meeting house is not referenced within the inherited county zoning ordinance, therefore pursuant to section 194-013I, Mike determined that the proposed use is compatible with land use characteristics typical of a church or temple, which is a permitted use in the R1 district, subject to Plan Commission approval of a development plan. He certainly outlined an appeals process should you guys decide to approve a development plan for an unapproved land use. I appreciate the work of Mike and his team. However, we here at the council, and we hear oftentimes talking to our constituents, that we appoint members of boards and commissions who live here, whose kids go to school here, who every day are involved in Zionsville, to make sure that the residents and neighbors are there to help control the growth, land use, development, ensure that the town is led by those who live here every day. We should be able to make those decisions, and as such, I'm respectfully asking you to deny this development plan because it is not a permitted land use as adopted by the town of Zionsville or the Boone County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Evening, Commission. Thank you. My name is Kurt Hines. I reside at 6140 Stonegate Run. I'm also president of the Stonegate Proper Owners Association, of which our land parcel abuts this particular proposal basically to the north. I don't know that we have a particular request for denial. I would just say that we do have a couple of concerns, and from what was described, it sounds like there can be some parameters that are stipulated if this measure is approved. The things that, first I would say, I do understand the petitioner's desire, and I also agree that if you are familiar with this site, it is really hard to imagine that anybody would actually buy it to put a residence on there. I don't see anybody wanting to live right in that parcel. So I would say that of all of the use cases that are possible there, other than nothing being changed, this seems like the lesser of a lot of evils, frankly, particularly if they stick to what has been proposed in terms of only 2 days a week, no nighttime use, no large use cases. Our points would be, there would be a few. One is we certainly would like to not see the facility ever rented or leased to outside parties. We would certainly also not, we would also love to see that the that the building or the facility not be used overnight, right? Or that there might be some sort of curfew involved. And then probably the last one is that particular area tends to get pretty soggy when we have rain. So I would just sort of want to make sure that, whatever sort of water drainage requirements are there are considered, because that area, that part of Stonegate Drive does tend to sort of overrun with water if we get a fair bit of rain in a short period of time. And I could see where, if we have a lot of impervious material on the land, that might make that situation worse. So those are really the main points that we would like to at least have considered, not weighing in on whether we agree or disagree or yay or nay. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Anyone else from the public? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners' deliberation, further questions?
I still have one more question for staff, I believe. I noticed this is going to go between the lift station and a house. And I looked up and down Oak Street. I can't find where driveways are that tightly, or the driveway cuts are just really, really close. Is that a concern of DPW at all?
That topic was discussed with DPW during the TAC review process. And there was even consideration, there was a historical consideration of this site even gaining access via Stonegate Drive. However, as the project was reviewed, DPW determined that this would be an acceptable solution, what is being proposed.
Like I said, I looked up and down Oak Street on Google Maps. I can't find driveways that close until I get into the village. So it's a concern that road's going to go 4 lanes here relatively soon. It's a lot of tight cut. That's a lot of cuts for a very little area. So.
Okay, further questions?
I guess my concern or question would be, really, how enforceable is the 28 occupants? Is somebody going to kind of click as the cars pull in, with how many people are inside? If it's built and sold to another church, if I'm not mistaken, based off the square footage and usage, per the state, they would be allowed to have almost 100 people there for occupancy. So the enforcement of this, in my opinion, would be really tough to justify that. And then based off of 5 to 7 people per car, and them choosing 10 spaces, that math doesn't math to 28. I just see the enforceability being hard, and then also kind of the commercial use for that area doesn't really fit in. So I appreciate what the councilman had to say, and I think that even kind of goes back to our dumpster conversation from earlier as far as our responsibility. So those are kind of some of the things that I'm struggling with, that usage there.
I think to piggyback off of that, it's also the parking. If we don't have a limitation on the 28, the parking becomes an issue because Stonegate Drive, that ingress and egress to that entire neighborhood, that is a very well-traveled thoroughfare. You cannot have parking on that street and have people walking through the back, through that grass, because then you're not going to be able to see around that curve. I drive it daily to the school, and parking there would be a dangerous place to have overflow parking. And there would not be overflow parking on Oak Street, obviously. So there's really no other place for overflow parking whatsoever other than those 10 spots.
Correct. And, just from an enforcement perspective, the petitioner would need to know this as well as any other person building in the town of Zionsville, that parking in the grass and using the grass or lawns for overflow parking is not permitted. It has to be on an improved surface. So they would be in violation of the zoning ordinance if they exceeded the 10 parking spaces even one time. So it's, it's kind of a buyer beware. If you box yourself in, then that is something to be aware of. If you want to come back up and answer some of the questions that are, if you have anything to add to
Yeah, I was
the
just
dialogue.
curious. I was curious more where you got the number 100 from out of the square footage.
So the state has usage on per square foot for building use that will allow set a maximum occupancy.
So the median, would that take in the whole square footage or just the
Yes,
median
yeah,
hall?
it will, well, yes,
Because the
it'll be a
median
net.
hall space is a little bit smaller than obviously the 1,500.
Yeah, so it's just the enforcement of that, and then I guess part of the question too, if they sell this, does that set occupancy number have to be attached to this building somehow, or how does that work?
If it's a deed restriction, then it would carry with the land, and if it's a commitment to us, I think that also carries forward.
Runs with the land.
It runs with the land, so anyone that purchases it in the future would also be bound by that.
Yeah, so that would be my main concern is the default being back to the state, the per square footage occupancy rate would well exceed the 28 number.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I also wanted to just thank Jason for his comments, and then appreciate your views. But I did go and talk to all the neighbors, obviously, that we sent out the letter to, so they weren't surprised that there's going to be a church going up, and just show them the plans and everything. I did have two neighbors that said, well, I'm fine with it, it's a church, and they were happy with it. She said it could be worse, could be a public storage building, so I just wanted to share that.
So, church or meeting house?
So, I mean.
Just curious on that.
Just my thoughts on that, I mean, I don't know, I mean, the staff has to interpret the ordinance, and that's what they've done. You know, depending on, you know, a religious organization, they call their gathering space different things. So there are religious organizations that call their meeting space a meeting house instead of a church or a synagogue. So we just have to go off of our staff's interpretation of that, of the ordinance, I believe, and the definitions that are in there. I mean, it's technically not our job to interpret that part of the ordinance tonight, correct? Or is that?
And Roger, just correct me, but a church would be allowed here, would be permitted, right?
The permitted use, according to the table, says church or temple.
So a church would be, and so your interpretation is simply that this use fits into that category, is what you decided?
We as
Or
staff.
the staff decided, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Staff, just, the traffic was brought up, pedestrian safety, utilities. Did the TAC talk about those at all, and what was their comments?
All members of TAC were included in the meeting, and I would have to go back and almost try to regenerate the minutes if we could, but there were no red flags raised. There were concerns. Those concerns were detailed most specifically within the Department of Public Works comment letter, which is one of the exhibits on the staff report and one of the conditions that staff recommends be included in a motion, that those items be addressed.
Okay.
And just out of curiosity, how would enforcement work in something like this? Would a neighbor have to be counting cars and taking pictures of people? Or would we have to send a town representative out periodically?
The way enforcement typically works is that a complaint is filed with the department. We then have a staff member that goes out to look at what has been reported, to verify it, to see if it is occurring. If we do find a violation in process, we're going to notify the property owner, notify them that they're in violation of X, whatever X is, give them an opportunity to correct, and after so much time, if they do not correct, then further enforcement actions are taken, which could include even fines.
Okay, we're going to have to get a motion here soon. There were a few comments made by Kurt Hines in regards to, maybe some commitments from the petitioner in regards to not renting or leasing the building for other events and activities. If you want to speak to that, that would be great. It would have to be a commitment from you. I don't think we can impose
No,
that.
I do appreciate those, Kurt, and it would be committed, those commitments that wouldn't be rented or leased, and no overnight use, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So if we do a motion, we could accept those commitments and vote. It's kind of up to the commission to offer an option here.
If I could add one thing, if you do make a motion that would include commitments, and council, please correct me if I'm misstating this, that these commitments should be in written form and recorded.
Yes. That is correct. And again, those are binding in perpetuity for future owners of the property. I think the only way they can get those released is coming back to the Plan Commission and having us revote on modifications to that.
I would also say that because if you're making any changes to the proposed commitments which have been presented, that a motion should also say, subject to approval by the commission's attorney, so that I can make sure that what is presented to us actually conforms to your approval. And that's been our tradition to do it that way.
I myself, there is some concern as far as the proximity to the main entrance into Stonegate, one of the two main entrances in with traffic. I don't see so much of the pedestrian conflict there, but not to say there wouldn't be any. Just wanted to add that. All right, do we have a motion or something to consider, further conversation?
I move that docket number 2027-80-DP, a development plan for a 1,590 plus or minus square foot church meeting house to be constructed on a 0.60 plus or minus parcel be denied.
Second.
We have a second?
Second was by,
Nick Plopper.
thank you.
All right, we'll do a roll call.
Okay, so a yes vote is to deny the request. Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Nay.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Nay.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes for denial of the development plan and 2 ayes.
Okay, so the motion carries. The project is denied. All right, moving on to the next item. Tonight, we have 2025-82-MP, a minor subdivision. Staff?
Good evening. Docket 2025-82MP, the Peters Minor Subdivision, is a request by Trevor and Natalie Peters for approval of a primary plat for a two-lot minor subdivision on approximately 6.3 acres located at 34-5 South 775 East within the Rural Agricultural Zoning District. In addition to the primary plat, the petitioners are also requesting a waiver or deferral of the required sidewalks along County Road 775 East, right here. And a waiver of the sidewalk bond should a deferral be approved. A bit about the site context and surroundings. The subject property is located in northern Union Township, approximately 1/3 of a mile south of State Road 32. The site is currently a vacant agricultural field. Then surrounding development is consistent with low-density rural residential and agricultural uses. To the north, up here, you have a single-family residence on a 23.5 acre parcel zoned agricultural. To the east, you have a single-family residence on a 9.7 acre ag parcel. To the south, you have a single-family residence on a 2.3 acres and a 9 acre vacant agricultural field. And then finally, to the west, you have County Road 775 East with agricultural fields, detached accessory structures, and a single-family residence across from the roadway. So all this over here. So the comprehensive plan designates this area as general agriculture, which supports low-density residential development while preserving rural character. Again, right here. The existing parcel was created through a one-time lot split by the previous owners that did not go through the subdivision control ordinance. The petitioners received approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals on January 7th of this year for a two-lot minor subdivision in the agricultural district, as well as approval on September 26, 2025 for construction of a single-family residence. The current proposal would divide the parcel into two residential lots, shown here, each approximately 3.15 acres in size. Access to both lots would be provided via a shared 45-foot wide access easement along the northern boundary, right up here, connecting to County Road 775 East. There's currently an existing electric easement there. The 45-foot access easement is outside of that. Then each lot will be served by private well and septic with final location to be addressed during permitting. And you can kind of see it here. Then the primary plat was reviewed by the Technical Advisory Committee on December 17th. Comments were received from DPW, Stormwater, Boone County Health and Highway. While there are some outstanding technical items related to drainage easements, septic outlet locations, and access details, staff believes these issues can be adequately addressed at the secondary plat stage. No agency has identified concerns that would preclude approval of the subdivision, provided these comments are resolved prior to secondary plat approval. Staff has reviewed the proposed plat for compliance with the subdivision control ordinance and the zoning ordinance, and we find that the proposed lots exceed the minimum lot sizes, meet required setbacks, comply with the maximum depth to width ratios, and provide adequate access. The overall densities of this proposed plat is 0.33 dwellings per units per acre, which is well below the maximum recommended density for general agricultural designations and is consistent with the surrounding rural development. And then going on to a waiver and deferral request. Approval of a waiver requires the Plan Commission to find that the following 5 required findings are met. 1, the granting of the waiver will not be detrimental to the public safety, health, or welfare, or injurious to the other properties. The conditions upon which the request for a waiver is based on are unique for the property for which a waiver is sought and are not applicable generally to other properties. Because of the particular physical surroundings, shape, or topographical conditions of the specific property involved, a particular hardship to the owner would result as distinguished from mere inconvenience if the strict letter of these regulations are carried out. 4, the waiver will not contravene the provisions of the comprehensive plan or the zoning ordinance of this code of ordinances. And lastly, where the waiver impacts on the design, construction, or maintenance obligations of public facilities that the appropriate public agency has reviewed and approved the proposed development in writing to the Planning Commission. And then lastly, approval of a deferral requires that the following 3 criteria are satisfied. 1, the improvement is not required to protect the public health, safety, or general welfare. 2, the improvement is inappropriate because of incompatible grades, future planning, and inadequacy of non-existence of connecting facilities. And 3rd, the improvement is inappropriate for other reasons presented to and agreed to by the Planning Commission. So regarding the waiver for sidewalk installation, the petitioner, again, is requesting a full waiver of the required sidewalks along County Road 775 East. While staff does not believe the absence of a sidewalk presents an immediate public safety concern given the rural context, staff finds that a full waiver would be detrimental to long-term public welfare. Sidewalks are intended to be constructed incrementally as development occurs. Granting a waiver based on the existing rural conditions would set a precedent that undermines the town's adopted transportation plan, which signifies that there should be sidewalks on this frontage, which you can see right there. Additionally, the conditions cited by the petitioner, such as vegetation, privacy mounds, and gravel roadways, are not unique to the property and are common throughout the incorporated rural areas of Zionsville. Staff also does not find a particular hardship as sidewalk installation is feasible and represents typical development obligations rather than site-specific constraints. Because the waiver would affect the design and long-term maintenance of public facilities, staff finds that all 5 waiver findings are not met and does not recommend approval. And then these are just pictures of that frontage right here. This is where you see that existing gravel driveway. These are the existing mounds that petitioner is saying would be an issue for installation of the sidewalks. Then going on to deferral of sidewalk installation. The petitioner has requested a deferral of sidewalk installation as an alternative. Staff finds that the sidewalk is not currently necessary to protect public health, safety, or welfare due to the rural character of the area, limited surrounding development, and minimal pedestrian activity. While the site conditions do not prevent future sidewalk construction, staff finds that the installation at this time would be inappropriate due to the lack of connecting pedestrian infrastructure. The town's 2010 transportation plan, again, identifies this area for future sidewalks. A deferral would preserve that requirement while allowing installation when surrounding development makes the improvement functional. Again, staff finds that all 3 deferral criteria have been met and supports the request for a deferral. And then regarding the waiver request for a performance bond, if a deferral is granted, the petitioner is requesting a waiver of the sidewalk performance bond. Staff finds that the waiving this requirement would be detrimental to public welfare as the bond ensures that required infrastructure can be constructed in the future without financial risk to the town. Staff does not find that the cited conditions to be unique, nor does the bonding requirement create particular hardship. Rather, it represents a standard development obligation. Granting the waiver would increase the risk that planned pedestrian improvements are never constructed and would conflict with the comprehensive plan goals. For these reasons, staff finds that the waiver findings are not met and does not support waiving the bond. And then regarding plat approval, staff supports approval of the primary plat for the two-lot minor subdivision. The proposed plat meets applicable technical standards, maintains low density, and aligns with the comprehensive plan's goal of preserving rural character while allowing reasonable use of property in the ag district. In summary, staff recommends denial of the request for waiver of sidewalk installation, approval of the request for deferral of sidewalk installation, denial of the request for waiving the sidewalk bond, and approval of the primary plat. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Could you repeat what you stated petitioner's position was with respect to the mounds?
Yeah, so, and I'm going to paraphrase, but I can also pull out their specific findings, but they are mentioning that they believe that the existence of these mounds right here and the mature trees constitute a hardship for developing and installing the sidewalks. That also makes this property unique from other properties. And I would say the existence of the mature trees is less so that, and more so the mounds being what gives this site particularity.
When were those mounds installed? I can ask the petitioner when they get up here. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Question I have on the access, it says on here, this is a 45-foot wide public egress access easement. There's a gate in front of it. Is this going to be now considered a shared access? Because if it's public, it's gated off, but it goes to private land?
Correct. So right now, it is gated. We do require that when they put an access easement for the purposes of granting access to the property, we have them put language of public, so that way fire can get in there, no issues. And I would imagine that they would have to remove the gate, but that could be addressed at the secondary plat if that's something we want to make sure is removed. But it is considered a public access. Fire would have to have access to it.
Okay, so it would not need a shared drive agreement?
Well, the shared drive agreement is more so for maintenance and access of it. So they will still have to record that per Boone County Highway.
Okay, this is the petitioner here. Step up to the podium, state your name, address, name and address.
Thank you very much. Good evening. We're Trevor and Natalie Peters. We own the property at 345 South 775 East. We currently live at 6525 Seabiscuit Road in Whitestown. I want to thank you for your time this evening and your work on this board. This is our first time going through the Plan Commission process, so we appreciate your time. As was mentioned by Jose, we recently received approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals for a two-lot minor residential subdivision in the Ag Zoning District. We're very excited to move to Zionsville, build our forever home with our now 8-month-old daughter. The other half of the land is being sold to Natalie's parents, Mike and Danya Binger, who live in southern Indiana and provide primary care for our child during the day. Tonight, we're respectfully requesting approval of our minor subdivision of 6.3 acres into 2 lots. And further, as was mentioned, we are here to request a waiver or deferral of sidewalks along County Road 775 East. Most importantly to us, a waiver of the bonding requirement for the sidewalks. And I'd like to spend my time tonight speaking to the bond deferral. Again, your staff has been wonderful and amazing to work with and has informed us every step of the way about the sidewalk requirement. Literally, the first meeting we had, this was brought up. I'm sure they felt the need to warn us because of how bizarre it may sound that in a rural part of the town where our property is, a sidewalk would be required. We understand that approving the bond deferral tonight may even be historic for this Plan Commission. We've been told the town has been burned recently by developers who promised to put in sidewalks and never did, and there's been hesitations to grant exceptions as a result. But we are not developers. We are a family looking to build 2 homes on a plot of land that we purchased. And the good news for us is that we understand that you take each request individually, and we are here because we firmly believe the evidence shows our property should be the exception and hope you feel the same. We fell in love with the property because of its rural and secluded charm. A few weeks ago, we received a 3-to-1 favorable vote from the BZA, but one of the biggest barriers for approval was in regard to concern for preserving the rural ag district. In fact, the member who voted against it did so in part because they said it would, quote, change the character of the district. I respect that reasoning in the board members' vote, and I would hope that the same sentiment will apply here tonight when considering whether sidewalks are appropriate. In my opinion, installing a paved sidewalk next to a gravel county road would undeniably change the character of this district. This is not a development project. We are not putting in a neighborhood. We are not creating density. We purchased our parcel in a rural area to build our home and allow our in-laws to live next door. That's it. 2 homes, 1 family, no new public burden. Again, County Road 775 is a gravel road. There's no sidewalk network in this area. In fact, the closest existing sidewalks appear from me driving around to be about 3.5 miles away. There's no connectivity here, and confirming with staff that there aren't any projects planned into the foreseeable future. You're lucky to see a single car in an hour, never mind a person. Requiring the construction and permanent bonding of over 530 feet of sidewalk along an unpaved rural road does not advance pedestrian safety, mobility, or public welfare. It would be an unusual disruption and an eyesore that is, by nature, the exact opposite of what the town and we are desperate to preserve in the rural district. Pedestrian activity here is non-existent. Nobody is taking a stroll along County Road 775. This is not a walkable corridor. There are no connecting paths. The road itself includes a 90-degree bend just south of our property. Another example that this is not a location that is suitable or even safe for pedestrian infrastructure. We desperately do not want to put in a sidewalk. This would be an incredible hardship for us, not just a mere inconvenience. Aside from the financial burden to meet the 6-foot setback plus 5-foot sidewalk requirement, it would require us to remove at least 21 mature trees and establish brush. We do have photos that were taken 2 days ago. The mound that was talked about, that was shown, there are 3 privacy mounds. The one that was showed is a little bit further back. This is the one, correct. So the one that was shown there is behind the trees. That one would not be impacted by the 11 feet requirement. The one that in the photo that I took is further south on the road there, past that last tree that it would cut into. Again, we would have to significantly excavate into one of the 3 existing privacy mounds that currently buffer the property from the road. While we as residents adore the privacy mound, it also serves as a scenic barrier to passersby, preserving the rural nature. The environmental impact would be substantial and permanent and would fundamentally alter the rural character of the site. The waiver of the bond is paramount to us. That's particularly what we're interested in. We have done the math, and if only the deferral is granted tonight and not the bond waiver, we will either have to abandon our project or significantly delay our home builds. Economically, it makes no sense to tie up significant capital for the sole benefit of a bond company when there is no corresponding public benefit in our eyes. On page 13, as was showed earlier of your staff report, you'll see the town's own transportation pathways plan from April of 2011 that shows potential future locations for needed sidewalks. You will notice, that's in red there, you will notice that nearly every single county road in Zionsville is designated as a future potential pathway. Again, that broad designation makes sense for long-range planning, but it also underscores why a bond deferral exists in the first place. It recognizes that some infrastructure is premature today and only appropriate if and when surrounding conditions change. Since that report in 2011, the character of the district has not changed, and there is no specific project currently being done through DPW or Boone County tied to the road that we will be on. We are willing, without hesitation, to sign a recorded commitment, as we've discussed as tonight with commitments, stating that we'll install sidewalks if and when a connected network and paved roadway infrastructure come to the area. What we are asking is not to be required is to post a 110% bond indefinitely for infrastructure that is highly unlikely to be built during our ownership of the property. I believe local government exists to act in the public interest, and in this case, I just cannot find any public benefit, only adverse impacts. I'll leave you with this closing argument. Our subdivision will ultimately improve the area, which is the whole purpose of all of these standards. If the sidewalk requirement stops our plans altogether, the town loses that improvement, so who has actually helped? Thanks for your time and consideration. the last thing I'll mention is it's Natalie's birthday, and she'd like nothing more than for this bond waiver to be approved. So, here to answer questions.
All right, thank you. All right, commissioners, questions of the petitioner?
One question I have, on the layouts of the lots, are they that direction because of that egress there and the mounds? 'Cause
Correct.
It's a little different to have them.
North to south.
Yes.
Yeah, so we intentionally made them north to south rather than east to west, partially because the drive is already there, and we like the idea of the shared drive. There's also a tree line at the back, and both lots would have access to that tree line rather than just one.
So would both houses then face,
North. So that is the plan. So
they're facing the access road?
correct, and that's the one with the proposed, would face the access road.
And on here, the lot number 2, the septic shows inside that 40-foot setback. Is there a reason why that was the default location for that septic? Is that something that you've already?
There's a ditch that runs through that we'll work, that this was what we worked through TAC, and we'll work we're working with House Survey and Engineering in Lebanon to design this, and if that's an issue, we can address it for sure.
Other questions?
Got a question. I think we've looked at this type of issue several times, and you are correct in your inclination as to which way we like to go on this type of issue. I think this might be the first petition I can remember where we actually have some direct testimony related to your respective feelings about the cost of the bond. Now, that's a private transaction for you, and we aren't privy to that information. I'm just a little shocked to hear you say that it's cost prohibitive and that you would abandon your petition altogether or delay construction because of the cost of the bond.
Yeah, and talking with staff, there are options if we need to abandon the 2-lot subdivision into a mother-in-law suite type thing. That's not what we want. I mean, the estimates of this 530 or so feet plus excavation and removal of trees is upwards of $30,000. It's a lot, which we're hoping to invest that capital elsewhere.
That's an estimate of the eventual installation cost,
Correct,
not
correct,
the cost
yeah.
of the bond.
Correct.
Are you able to, and no is fine, this is more for at least my education, able to express as a percentage of the project of what the bond cost is on an annual basis?
I've read anywhere from 1% to 3%. But again, it's from what I understand, indefinite, as long as we own the property. So you'd pay on the bond every month or whatever it is. So it's not like it expires. So as was suggested, a lot of people just put the sidewalks in, so they don't have to deal with it.
That was just meant
Yeah.
educational for me. Thank you.
I don't want to go on a soapbox, but I might, so forgive me in advance. When I see the mounds, I can't help but recall my experience. I've done some work for an Indian tribe, and Chief had some wise words when we were navigating some legal issues, and he said, every decision the tribe makes is a 500-year decision. And we get together and we decide, how's this decision going to affect us 500 years from now? Which I think is a very unique and cool way of thinking. So I certainly understand and respect the rural character of your property at this moment in time. However, it's our job to look forward into the future. And yes, we do have earmarks for public pathways in the future, and we have to honor that commitment and that expectation. So I just wanted to point that out to you, and I'm sensitive to your trees in your mound. I hope there's nothing that we would find under the ground there that would give us cause for further delay. But anyways, congratulations on your decision to move to Zionsville, and happy birthday. I hope we can come to an acceptable gift for you tonight.
And what's hard for us too is, like you said, when you were talking, while we own it, we don't see this being necessary. And that is the problem that we're running into, is while the people who have developed it and owned it have gotten away with not incurring that cost. The people who subsequently buy it are, and in this case, you know, I don't know if we pass this in a certain way, is there a way to tie this to both lots, even though lot number 2 does not really have that responsibility for being on the road that way?
I think it does fall on both lots, no
Okay.
matter what.
I just wanted to make sure that
It's
that
the
was-
whole subdivision, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was the case. Yeah, so that's where it gets hard, and your proximity to State Road 32 also makes it a little more difficult, you know, as well, because there's been far more rural settings with a lot larger plots that have had to kind of follow suit with the chieftain's 500-year thought plan. So that's kind of the difficulty that we face.
Your memory will be clearer than mine. Have those rural plots been on a gravel road?
A portion of that, yeah, a portion of the most rural lot that I can remember in recent memory, one side of that lot was on a gravel road.
I would like to find the BZA member that talked about the rural character. He's a little dense, and slap him around a little bit. I think they made an interesting and to me amusing argument for the waiver of the bond. We won't settle what I'm going to say next tonight, and it's not specific to them, but those of you involved in town activities that have the creative legal minds should maybe think of another path other than bonding, where perhaps somebody subdividing property, instead of paying a bond company, could pay some fixed percentage of the project to the town that the town could put into the Parks Fund or do whatever it is, and just decide that they'll figure out sidewalks 25 years from now when they're needed.
A fee
I
in-
might be looking at a town councilor with that, I'm not sure.
A fee in lieu of.
Yes.
That's a commitment, that's an opportunity, we'd be supportive.
We're not gonna solve that tonight.
Yeah, we can't
How
write that
how far
policy.
down the road are you? Because this road goes from pavement in front of the church and everything down, and then it
Correct.
becomes gravel. It's right in this area.
It turns to gravel at the start of our property,
So realistically, you're right on the edge of the gravel.
right on the
You're really
edge
on a
of
paved
gravel
road.
and
See it in that
paved.
picture there where
Right.
it starts and stops.
So,
But the sidewalk would be next to, there's no paved part that the sidewalk would be next to.
And back on the mounds, those mounds you guys installed?
The previous owner installed,
Previous owner.
that we purchased from, yes.
They're not a native feature or anything
No,
like that?
no.
That's just fill dirt that's been brought in? All right.
all right, do we have anyone from the audience that wanted to speak in regards to this matter? Jody, no one signed up for that? Okay.
Mr. President, just a couple comments. So, a couple things. I'm empathetic to your whole situation through multiple facets. Even my wife's birthday is this month too. So, however,
That's a stretch, come on.
yeah, it was a
It's not
stretch.
tonight,
The
so.
12th is a while ago, but happy birthday, honey.
Yes.
I too have been involved in a very similar situation where there was a commitment to install sidewalk or pathway. And I know in the very beginning that was a huge lift, but I budgeted for it. I planned for it. And then I never got the enjoyment of doing it or installing it. However, I know that today versus 6, 7 years ago, that pathway would have been way easier to afford 6, 7 years ago, by a third. Yeah, by a third, yeah, so, yeah, oh, yeah, look, I'm really hip too with all the things. So I'm empathetic to you, however, I also sit on the Pathways Committee, and one of our charges are to come up with policy, and try to extend as many pathways and have that connectivity, even where the sidewalk ends, if you will. So, I see and hear you and understand. This is a beautiful piece of property. I was out there touring the Carpenter Nature Preserve, which is right around the corner, which I think is going to add huge value to this piece of real estate. Hopefully, you can gain some of that equity and utilize that to leverage at some point. And I did drive down your street, and I did look at the for sale sign. I did try to understand some of this weird, I think it's your neighboring property in that area. And I did see somebody walking down the street with their big, like a Malamute or some kind of larger dog. People do walk out there, and people enjoy that. I believe that I would love to enjoy walking down the gravel street out there. So just want you to be aware that I am empathetic to your request. I will say that my vote will be against your, will be to deny your request for the bonding, because I have seen, and it's not been so much the developer side, but it's been the homeowners that have had the burden of not being able to install the pathways once their commitment has come to fruition, if you will. So once the pathways have led to their properties, that's when the pushback happens, and that's when it gets expensive for the town of Zionsville to defend the commitment or interpret the commitment that was made 6-7 years ago, whatever. So I really hope that you can continue to move in the direction of your project. This is a beautiful area, and this is the American dream, to live out in, on your own piece of land, and have the fewest amount of people tell you what to do with it. But this does exist now, and we don't have the creative idea that the other creative idea yet. But I will look into that. I know it's become a problem, and I'm passionate about it as well. So, but I appreciate your presentation tonight. Is very. I did enjoy all of the angles that you presented on. So, thank you.
All right, any other further comments? We will need a motion here for multiple items. One is the subdivision itself, the minor subdivision.
Take it. I move that the requested waiver of the requirement to install perimeter pathways along County Road 775 East be denied as presented and discussed in the staff report.
Second.
Second was Josh.
All right, roll call.
Roll call.
Yep.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis. Aye. Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Move that the requested deferral of the installation of the required perimeter pathways along County Road 775 East be approved as presented and discussed in the staff report, and until connecting sidewalks reach the site.
Second.
Mike?
I'm sorry, who was second?
Craig.
Craig.
Thank you.
But you're wishing we didn't
Nick
appoint you as secretary now.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I move that the requested waiver of the requirement to provide a performance bond or letter of credit when deferring the installation of perimeter pathways be denied as presented and discussed in the staff report.
Second.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Craig Melton.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
And Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Move that docket 2025-82-MP, approval of a minor subdivision dividing approximately 6.3 acres into 2 single-family lots in the Rural General Agricultural District, be approved based on the findings in the staff report, submitted findings of fact and staff recommendations, and subject to resolution of any outstanding Department of Public Works comments as presented and discussed in Exhibit 9. These items shall be resolved prior to approval and recording of a secondary plat.
Second.
Craig seconded.
Yes.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Craig Melton,
Aye.
sorry, Jim Hurst,
Aye.
Brad Johnson,
Aye.
Mickey Finelli.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to 2025-84-PP, the New Vision LLC Courtyards at Heritage Trail Primary Plat. Staff?
Good. There are two companion petitions, 2025-84-PP and 2025-85-DP. This is for the Courtyards at Heritage Trail, both a primary plat and development plan. And again, these are companion petitions, so if allowed, I'd like to present those together. On the screen in front of you for orientation, let me see, I have the wrong screen up. Hold on one moment, please. There we go. Again, the request is for a primary plat to subdivide 180.75 plus or minus acres into 342 single-family lots, multiple common areas, and an area of approximately 26 acres that will be dedicated to the town for public or civic use, and the related development plan to this primary plat. The property is zoned as a planned unit development, the Courtyards at Heritage Trail PUD. This PUD was adopted by the Town Council on November 3rd, 2025. The subject, and here is the PUD boundaries. The petitioner proposes to subdivide the acreage into 342 lots. Here is the first page of the primary plat set of drawings that shows the perimeter of the entire site. There are two primary changes, though, to the proposed primary plat and development plan compared to when the concept plan of the PUD was last presented to the Plan Commission. During the final reviews by the Town Council, it was agreed to, 1, reduce the number of residential lots from 362 down to 342, and 2, eliminate the access drive into the residential sections from County Road 750 East. And again, just to help you out, that second entry, the concept plan had shown a vehicular point of access at this location. And again, as the project went before the Town Council, that vehicular access was eliminated. The primary plat and development plan were reviewed by the Technical Advisory Committee on December 17th, 2025, where the petitioner was provided staff comments. Revisions from the petitioner were submitted and reviewed and resulted in a few remaining items that are typically resolved during the secondary platting approval process. Here are some of the drawings of the primary plat. Again, multiple, due to the size of this project, multiple sheets are required. Out of expedition for tonight, I'm only going to focus on a couple of specific sheets, but they are truly representative of the remaining sheets of the primary plat and development plan. And specifically, I'm really going to focus just to show you the details down on this southern portion of the site, which is shown on this as P101. So this is the primary plat, and this is the type of detail that is provided within the primary plat for all of the different sections. Again, this primary plat is going to establish the lot locations, the individual lot dimensions, the locations of the right-of-ways, locations of common areas, basic information like that is required of the primary plat. This is a drawing of that same section. This is from the development plan drawings, where it is then going to get into further detail about providing information about, okay, this had been a common area. That is where one of the clubhouses is going to be located, along with different recreational activities. As we continue through development plan drawings, they also address traffic control issues such as placement of stop signs, speed limit requirements. This is, again, from the development plan drawings, a landscape buffer plan that is showing the required buffers that would go around the perimeter of the development. And all of this is in compliance with the approved planned unit development ordinance. They go into specific details about, for example, landscape buffer A1 is going to be this type of buffer. They've color-coded this so that it's very easy to track and maintain from a permitting standpoint. This is the open space and pedestrian connectivity plan for the overall subdivision itself, showing perimeter paths as well as the interior pathways to the subdivision. And again, all of this is in compliance with the approved PUD ordinance. This is a representation, again, of that southern portion only of the street tree plans. This, as I mentioned earlier, this is replicated on the other sections of the PUD. I'm just providing these few sheets as a representation of what was been provided and reviewed. They then also provided individual landscaping of, this is Clubhouse 1, the southern clubhouse, along with the recreational areas around it, pickleball courts and things of that nature. They have also, in addition to two clubhouses, there's a center amenity area within the middle section of the development. This is showing the landscaping that would be proposed for it. And then this is the northern clubhouse, along with pickleball courts and community garden area, and this is the landscaping plan that would be applied to that area. Within the overall development, in addition to the two clubhouses and the central amenity area, there are different parkette locations where they would be providing benches and other shade features just to encourage pedestrian activity throughout the development. We start to get into some more details of just other shelters that are provided within the property. They have provided details on entry features at the three entries that would be coming off of County Road 800. Not only signage, but also the detailed landscaping that would accompany those entry features. And then they have also provided examples of the signage that would be occurring at this location, and at this location. Again, all vehicular entry into the subdivision would be off of this frontage. No vehicular entry off of the other sides. Due to the size of this development, they are proposing doing this in phases. While this is presented, I'm not sure how much they want to actually commit to this is exactly how it's going to happen, but this is to at least give you an idea as the first section to be constructed and worked upon would be on the southern section, and then as we would move north, as development would occur, it would be moving northern so that, again, the southern portion would be first, the last section to be developed would be up on the far northern end. And finally, as for a topic of interest, from the Department of Public Works comment letter, DPW would like to discuss the establishment of a gated emergency maintenance access drive from the interior street G to County Road 500 South or Whitestown Road located near the proposed lift station. In addition to helping with maintenance access to the lift station site, This would also allow for a second fire access to sections 2, 3, and 4 until section 5 is constructed. And I provide this drawing for this reason. It somewhat shows where DPW is wanting to discuss with the petitioner and also allow some latitude from the Plan Commission, the opportunity to establish this gated emergency maintenance access drive. Again, on the concept plan that was initially presented to you during the rezoning process, this was a full-fledged entry into the subdivision. That is no longer the case. They are not proposing vehicular access for the general public through this area. But DPW, it would benefit them if it would be allowed to improve this area as a gated emergency maintenance and access drive. So staff does support the conditional approval of both the primary plat and the development plan, subject to resolution of the items noted within the comment letters of the respective staff reports. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Roger.
Mr. President, Nick Plopper had to recuse himself from this docket.
Okay.
Went ahead and left the room. I just wanted to
Thank
get
you
that on
for pointing that out. Questions for staff?
Was there anything talked about as far as for or against anything from the north side off of 400? Or are they wanting to keep it directly to 800 for some type of longer term?
Through the rezoning process, and I presume you're asking about vehicular access from County Road 400.
Yes, yeah.
During the rezoning process, that was just determined to be a no-go from both the town side and the petitioner agreed with that. So that vehicular access from the north was never even really considered.
There's a pathway up there.
The Big Four rail trail.
Yes.
I do have a question. So I was a part of that process, and I remember the Big Four, we wanted to kind of reduce the curb cuts or through that. However, I don't recall where this emergency access is and why that one dropped off, if that was a developer-driven deal or if that was a town council. I apologize, I don't recall on that.
I'm going to have to defer to the petitioner
Yeah, we'll
when
get
they
there.
come up and
Perfect,
they can
okay.
address that.
Okay, any other clarifications with staff? Petitioner, if you would like to step up to the podium. And Mike, I know you know the routine.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, Mike Andrioli, 1393 West Oak Street. I'm here with representatives of the EPCON communities, respectively. Dale Piper will be talking with you tonight a little bit about some of the changes that occurred. Just to talk a little bit about the process and remind you, we were last in front of the Plan Commission several months ago and received a favorable recommendation at that particular time after a lot of work and effort. The nice thing about having such a detailed and very specific plan unit development plan is that when you come in at this particular stage, we have a legitimate roadmap to follow to know what we need to do to submit for a primary plat and development plan and those types of things. Staff is correct. We're going to do this in roughly 3 equal phases, maybe a little unequal because of the numbers in terms of how they sort out, but generally speaking, 3 equal phases starting from the southeast part of the development working up to the north. Since we were last in front of you, we had a lot of detailed discussions with the town council. And the number of units, as staff had indicated, were reduced from 362 to 342. So that was a reduction. In addition, there were a number of commitments made that have been executed and that will be recorded upon actual purchasing of the property by EPCON. When that is done, those commitments will be recorded. They have to do primarily with a lot of the road improvements that are going to be made and the commitments with regard to that. In addition, as you'll recall in the PUD, there was a requirement that we execute a dedication agreement for the 26 acres and how that was going to happen and timing of those types of things. That has been done. there's a requirement in the initial PUD that we do that with the town council. That has been done, signed off on by the town council and the mayor as well in terms of the overall dedication agreement, the contributions that will be made by EPCON towards the particular park itself, the timing and the extension of sewers and water up there to serve that particular area, as well as some of the drainage requirements that will be jointly done to serve not only the 26 acres, but the balance of the EPCON property up there that will be developed into these homes. At this particular point, I think I want to answer one question that came up that was mentioned to Roger, and I think maybe one or more members might have had a question with regard to that as it relates to the commitment with regard to additional access. We had resisted and we found no support for access onto the roads other than County Road 800. That was the concept plan that was approved. That was a concept plan that you passed along. That was a concept plan actually that the town council had approved officially as part of the PUD. However, just recently, as we're going through our technical advisory committee, I think it was Fire, may have mentioned that perhaps it would be a good idea to have an emergency entrance onto Whitestone Road in the back of the property on a temporary basis or perhaps a permanent basis as could be worked out with staff, but it would have a dual function. It would also serve as access to a lift station that would be back in that particular area. So it wasn't just for emergency access that would be able to get back there, but would also be used for access to the lift station. So this would not be open to general vehicular traffic. I'm not sure at this point it would be open to even pedestrian traffic, depending on how it would be set out when we go forward. But from the developer's standpoint, we're certainly willing, if that is an improvement to the project, we've committed to be able to go ahead and work with Fire and staff to go ahead and make sure that that becomes a reality, subject, of course, to the Planning Commission approval of that. I'll have Dale talk to you about some of the additional changes that were made and perhaps some of the commitments that were made so that you're fully versed on really what you have in front of you tonight.
Before Dale speaks, staff, while he's presenting to us, could you pull up the official concept plan that was approved?
From the PUD?
From the PUD, while he's doing that. Thank you.
I'm going to be able to pull that up myself here.
Okay.
Dale, do you have that handy?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. Then, yeah, thank you.
Here it is. Well, greetings. I'm Dale Pye from the Land Acquisition Director for EPCON Communities, offices at 11555 North Meridian Street in Carmel. And first want to thank you. It's great to be back before you. In the fall, we earned your favorable recommendation, unanimous, for our plan and our concept. Then we go to council and we ran into a buzzsaw. I mean, they made us earn it a little bit more. So we came back with a little bit better plan. And so I just want to walk you through some of those high-level changes. I mean, really, the result is a much stronger, smarter plan, even stronger, smarter plan. Again, the lot count reduced by 20 homes from 362 to 342, resulting in lower density, more open space, and fewer vehicle trips. The buffers expanded on all sides. I'll come back to that in a moment, but every perimeter buffer was increased well beyond the code minimums. There was some preservation and site refinements. We preserved additional existing woodlands in the far northeast corner and removed homes near that entrance to reduce the visual and environmental impact.
We made some major traffic and access improvements, all voluntary. We added a dedicated left-hand turn lane and 2 right-hand turn lanes on County Road 800, fully funded by UPCON and not required by the traffic study. We removed the Whitestown Road entrance due to safety, engineering, and for the future sports park conflict concerns with the traffic. And that was like an iterative or interactive process with council members. There's some trade-offs there, and we fully supported removing that. But by eliminating that entrance, it allowed us to create this what I call a uniquely Zionsville western edge. If you look on that western edge, we created these 2 big ponds. So it's a double pond corridor with now no homes on Whitestown Road, which provides this high-quality transition into the town's future sports park. And as Mike and Roger have noted, we did commit to building the emergency access road, and it'll go right in between those ponds. So now with traffic, all neighborhood traffic is now consolidated onto County Road 800 East, which is the Zionsville's designated priority corridor, and it's engineered to handle the higher volumes. And the result is to provide the safest and most efficient circulation and emergency access. Looking at the donated 26 acres in the far upper left-hand corner, again, this is 26 acres that we're granting to the town for its public use, and plans are underway to make that a sports park. We have nothing to do with that. That's up to the town on whether that proceeds or not. But we have committed to construct, once those plans are approved, a 200-car parking lot for the sports park, a master detention pond serving the sports park, and water and sewer extensions to serve the town's sports complex. Let me turn to the next slide. This is just a detail of that emergency access road, and it was in fact included in our resubmission. Again, to point out, it has a dual purpose of also providing access to the lift station, which UPCON is building at our own cost to serve not only our project, but also the surrounding properties. And then here's a key slide that this is a closer look at all the significantly improved buffers shown on the plan. In light green, County Road 800 and 400, the buffer was increased from 40 to 100 feet to the right-of-way. I mean, so more than doubling the buffers that from the plan you approved. Homes now sit more than 120 feet from the roadway, behind layered screening that includes 4-foot high mounding, ponds, fencing, trails, and dense landscaping. As a result, only 4 total homes remain within 150 feet of County Road 800, and those homes are side-facing with finished courtyards, not rear yards. In the orange are our adjacent residential neighbors. The buffer increased from 20 to 50 feet, significantly improving separation and privacy. In dark green along Whitestown Road, the buffers along Whitestown Road were increased also to 50 feet, further reducing the visual impact and improving the corridor edge. So these are major material improvements to the plan made after the Plan Commission already issued a unanimous recommendation. They reflect our commitment to exceeding minimum standards, responding to feedback, and delivering a low-impact, better buffered project for Zionsville. And the last thing I'll say is we don't have any birthdays up here, but Mike Andreoli, right?
Still clap for you.
Okay. Well, Mike Andreoli is on a roll here. He's on a winning streak, and he gave up going to the national championship game last night to be here for us. So he deserves another win today, so.
Didn't call and give me your ticket? I mean, come on. Nosebleed, huh?
In billable hours, right? So happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions from the commission?
Is there intent, and I think staff made a comment with this emergency entrance, is there intent to have pedestrian walkway down through there?
No,
No?
there would not be.
So there's
There is
really
a
no.
trail on Whitestown Road that we have to provide. It's embedded in that green buffer yard area. So there is a trail along Whitestown Road, but it does not lead back to the,
I definitely love the emergency entrance. I don't ever like seeing a subdivision have all their entrances off of one road.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I'm disappointed to see you've taken away the entrance off the back side of the, or off the west side of this property, but that was a decision town council made. But it looks, I really like the changes you guys have made, so. Be nice if we could have some sort of pedestrian access there, but if they can get into it off of Whitestown Road, that's pretty close, so.
Anyone else?
I'll echo Josh's comments.
Yeah, for me, I mean, we heard from the neighboring subdivisions concerns about traffic, and part of the reason I voted for this was because we had options to get traffic onto another road. It's just not ideal to have all of your entrances coming off the exact same road. I mean, I'm sorry to see that have been removed, but I also think that there's got to be a pedestrian connection there where that exit or the emergency access would be. Whether people would use that today or not, they may be wanting to go to the park. I mean, it's the fastest way to get to that park facility. It's the fastest way to get to the Big Four. I just think pedestrian connectivity is always beneficial, so.
so just a point of clarification, the emergency access road is a paved road, and so it could be used as a pedestrian pathway.
Okay.
And we can designate it as.
I think
as
staff made a
such.
comment, it may not have public access because of the lift station in there as well, so but you're saying it will have public access to come in up for folks to walk up and down?
It'll be a paved road that's connected to the trail system.
Will it be gated?
Yes.
Typically
will
would
be
be.
gated.
And then I guess the question, can we use bollards instead of a gate?
Right. We can use knockdown bollards.
At the very least, I mean, pedestrian connection there, if we can't get vehicular, I think is ideal. I would also suggest a pedestrian connection, maybe Craig would agree with this, at the south end of the development, there's the cul-de-sac, lot number 7, I think is, you know, we're so close to that perimeter path there that, again, people like to do loops, people like to have connections, and a short connection for pedestrians to get to the Whitestown Parkway trail system would be beneficial. And again, looking forward into the future as to what needs might be there. This is, I mean, so ministerially, I mean, we've approved the PUD, council then adopted it. We're looking at a primary plat. At this point, it is our job to take a look at how the subdivision was laid out and if it's meeting our expectations. Obviously, lot size, maximum number of lots, all of that stuff plays into the narrative here, but if there are things related to design of the subdivision that doesn't make sense, you know, this is our chance to weigh in on that. This does not go to council. This is our, you know, here at the Plan Commission, this is really our one and only chance to get things right. And the next step is secondary plat approval, which is all ministerial. So it's just really checking to make sure they did what we said gets approved tonight. So tonight's the night.
Short of 20 lots and a back entrance, this is, but yeah, like I said, I'm not going to request to reinvent the wheel, only go back through this whole process again. The reason I don't like all the entrances off one road is there's an accident on that road and someone's trying to get in there, it's difficult. A secondary entrance, we've seen it on, I can think of Pine Ridge, Holiday Farms, we're looking for those second entrances off of a not the same roadway. At least we have, fire access through there and police access, so.
Is the north connection that's shown on the drawing for pedestrians, is that a trail or is that a emergency access as well off of 400 South?
Taylor, Roger, would you pull up the pathway document for us?
I have it on my screen.
Wrong way. Nope. Yeah, that's it.
Is that a pathway going all the way up to the Big Four Rail Trail in the corner?
Yes,
Fantastic.
along County Road 800.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
There's a trail along County Road 800 that goes up to the Big Four Trail.
Essentially in front of the proposed park, correct?
Yes, on
On
both.
on the west side of
On the west side, yes, correct. Whitestown Road.
Yes, I'm looking at the development plan illustration for pedestrian connections. It looks like it's the same. I have one question about it's the north phase. In the original drawings, there's that existing woods just south of the clubhouse in the third phase, the north phase. What's the proposal for that area? Is it just to be set aside?
Preserve woodlands, yes.
No trails, no public access, no private access, anything?
No, we will have, you can see the blue dotted line that cuts through the power lines.
Right, that's
But everything in that beige color is prairie grass. So the prairie grass plantings will be no mow, no public access to that, and preserve it as
right.
green space. Yep.
So is that going to the wooded part is the part that I was, I guess, asking about. Is that going to be for residents to walk in, or there's no access? Is it going to be signed for that? It just looks like a park, so I just think people are going to.
Looks like an opportunity, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe, I don't
Yeah.
know. And
Yeah,
I'm
we
just
have-
curious what your thoughts are on it. It's not really,
Yeah, we haven't looked at that in precisely, but our first focus was just to preserve the woodlands, but we weren't going to amenitize it at all, but we probably ought to look at like putting in some natural path
yeah.
walkways into it.
That's not as thick as the woods as it looks.
Yeah,
on the
it's not
pictures.
very dense woods.
It's
Yeah,
mostly an overgrown home
It's true.
site.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's
Yeah.
early growth, but still, it could be a nice amenity for
Sure.
the neighborhood.
Agreed. We're going to preserve it, so we might as well.
And then just on some of the drawings on your plat, the ponds went from kind of these nice bubbly, natural-looking things to kind of spiky edges to them. They look more like engineered structures instead of a natural pond. Not on the concept plan, on the plat drawings. And is that an evolution in the aesthetic of the ponds?
they really effectively should match the plat.
So I'm always going to encourage any water features to try to be designed as naturally as possible. I understand they are engineered structures, they're meant to hold water, they're flood control, that kind of thing. But, you know, if a landscape architect designed it, it would look one way. If a civil engineer designed it, it may look a different way.
Yeah.
And not a criticism, but from the town's perspective, we would love to see those look more natural. And also from the residents that live there, they would rather look at edges that are landscaped versus edges that are riprap. So, can you speak to that, if that's part of the plan, one way or the other?
Well, it certainly is the plan for these western ponds. As you can see, we've got a lot of curvature and elongation. It's not just a pond for stormwater detention. It is that, but it's also designed to serve as a feature, and that's by design. The other ponds are worked into the plan to fit the geometry of our site layouts. But we were able to place, for example, the pond in the lower right-hand corner, albeit it's rectangular, it is face fronting to 800 so that it opens up to the entire community. So there was some thought and logic, and of course the placements have to be where they are in terms of the outfall and the flow of the stormwater. And then the one in the upper left-hand corner had to be, close to the sports park because it also will provide off-site detention for the sports park.
Are there any other questions or concerns? We open up the public, right? Or if there's any. What's that? Yeah, okay. Is there anyone from the public that wants to speak in regards to the development plan and/or the major subdivision that's in front of us today? Seeing no one. All right, do we have a motion?
Sure. I move that docket 2025-84P-PP, a primary plat for subdivision of 180.75 plus or minus acres, site into 342 single-family lots, multiple common areas, and an area of approximately 26 acres that will be dedicated to the town for a public or civil use be conditionally approved based on the findings in the staff report. Based on the findings of the staff report, staff recommendations, submitted findings of facts as presented and discussed. The conditions shall be resolved as part of a secondary plating and permitting process as required by staff, as well as bollards installed opposed to a gate at the fire or the emergency entrance.
Second.
Well, I have one question on that. As far for staff, is there a better access point, bollards versus gate with a Knox box, that fire or anybody else prefers?
I am not aware of anyone, but the better responder to your question would be fire. But I'm not aware of any other options.
I think if we modify the motion to just ensure that there is a pedestrian-friendly connection there, and whether they use bollards and/or a gate would be acceptable, as long as that's maintained. Yep, go ahead.
Josh
Sorry.
Rogers, Epcon Communities. We have a specific comment from fire on what to install at that location. I don't want to say it off the top of my head because I don't want to be wrong, but we have they've stated what they want in that location.
Yeah, and that's why I ask, because I'm, from my experience, it's not bollards, something with a Knox box key that the neighboring agencies can access in case of emergency. So I don't know that I would be that specific on the motion as far as bollards.
I would accept Brad's amendment to the motion.
Greg, you're okay with that?
Yeah.
You seconded that?
Yep, I'll second that, and I appreciate that. You're the expert on that.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert.
Roll call.
Yeah, thank you.
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Craig Melton,
Aye.
Jim Hurst,
Aye.
Brad Johnson,
Aye.
Nikki Finelli,
Aye.
Kendrick Davis,
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
He had
Oh,
recused himself.
Is it recused?
Just one thing on
Motion
the development plan. So that passes, thank you. On the development plan, it did not include any architectural drawings, I don't believe, of the amenity centers. Is that something that we would want to have in this or ask them to come back for when they finally design that for the architecture? Staff, do you have
In the past.
I was
un-
surprised that it wasn't in here.
Well, in the past, on another EPCON project that was not a PUD, they were required to bring in clubhouses for a development plan approval. In the way this PUD is written, there is an avenue where the approval of those structures could be delegated to staff and not go through the public hearing process. It's not crystal clear, so we will follow your lead as to what you would prefer.
Okay. You know, I've seen what they do, and it's usually very nice, but I also think that it's part of what we should be doing is taking a look at that, just checks and balances. So when those get, designed, I personally would like to see them come back here and take a look at it, but any thoughts from anyone else?
I think it's a great idea. So how do we?
So I think we make the motion to approve the development plan as it's presented, with the caveat that each of the amenity centers, as they are being proposed and each phase is developed, they come in. They're going to come in probably we'll have three opportunities, one for phase one for phase two, and one for phase three. Is that fair? Is that typically, are you designing all of them ahead of time? Are they all the same? Do we? Thank you. Yeah, if you could come to the podium, that would be great. You know, it is unusual that we're not seeing the architecture for your public spaces, and I think that would be good to see that.
So you really want us to, instead of having it go through secondary?
No, I think you can still go through your primary and secondary plat, but when you are actually going to construct those clubhouses and build out the sites with pickleball or whatever it may be, is that you come back for a development plan approval for those, each of those as they come up. So,
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. We'll be happy to do that.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready for a motion?
Yeah,
All right, let's see if I can add this.
nail it. You can do it.
I move that docket number 2025-85-DP, a development plan for a 342-lot, age-restricted, single-family residence subdivision on 180.754 plus or minus acres, not including a 26 plus or minus acres located in the northwest corner of the subject site, which will be dedicated to the town for a public or civic use, be conditionally approved based on the findings in the staff report, staff recommendations, submitted findings of facts, subject to resolution of outstanding review items identified in comments letters identified in Exhibit 5A and 5B, and approval and as each amenity center is designed, approval of a development plan by the planning commission. I was getting there.
Good job. Good job. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Mike?
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Nikki Finelli,
Aye.
Brad Johnson,
Aye.
Craig Melton,
Jim Hurst. Aye. Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Motion passed.
All right, great. Congratulations. All right, we have 2025-86-Z Cedar Crest Cottages LLC, Cedar Crest Cottages rezoning.
Mr. President, can we take just a quick recess for a restroom break real quick?
Yep.
Or I can, two of us have to go, so.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Three of us, 3 minutes, we'll be right back.
Some of you may have to run upstairs.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I might just stand up.
Report on 2025-86-Z Cedar Crest Cottages LLC.
Thank you. Could my screen be promoted, please?
Yes, just for record, Mr. Plopper is returned.
Docket 2025-86Z, Cedar Crest Cottage rezoning. The petitioner, Cedar Crest LLC, represented by owner Sam Scheidler and attorney Jeff Jacobs of Hackman Hewlett, is requesting to rezone approximately 2.6 acres at 1580 West Oak Street from the urban neighborhood business B1 to urban outdoor business B3, right here. The request includes voluntary commitments offered by the petitioner to address compatibility concerns. Tonight, the Plan Commission is asked to provide recommendation to the Town Council. Before going further, I would like to note that the petitioner submitted further minor commitment changes earlier today that aren't part of this presentation, but the petitioner will address those changes during their presentation. The subject property is located approximately 1 mile west of downtown Zionsville along the Oak Street corridor, right here. Within the Zionsville Place plat, the site is currently undeveloped. This portion of Oak Street is an established commercial corridor with residential neighborhoods generally set behind a buffered from the roadway, these neighborhoods over here. Surrounding land uses are predominantly commercial and institutional. Specifically, to the north, you have the two residential subdivisions that are zoned RSF3 and R4, respectively, here and here. And then to the east, you have a 1.8 acre parcel containing the Zionsville self-storage business, right here. Zone general business B2 district. To the south, you have 2.7 acre parcel containing a commercial strip mall zone B2. To the west, we have a 4 acre parcel containing the Zionsville Medical Center zoned B2. Again, all of this right here is mainly commercial and institutional uses, with the back abutting over here having residential uses. For the petition, the history, historically, the property was zoned urban general business, B2. In 2021, it was rezoned to the urban neighborhood business, or B1 district designation. Later that year, a development plan for a child care facility was approved. However, that project was never done. The petitioner requests rezoning to the B3 to allow expansion of the existing Zionsville self-storage facility. Again, right here, so this would be further self-storage. And then a potential light automotive service use on the west side. Over here, the smaller of the two structures. And then the central portion of the site does not have a specific use identified at this time. Staff notes that the site remains a single parcel, and any future development would require separate development plan approval, planning, including review of access, site layout, utilities, and buffering, and that this request solely is focused on the zoning designation of the site and the permitted uses on the site. Before going a little bit further into the commitment parts of the discussion, I'd like to kind of clarify how our B1 through 3 zoning districts work. So the B3 zoning district inherently permits all uses allowed in B2 and B1. So there's with a few exceptions. So B3 has in the zoning ordinance says anything in B2 permitted. And then B2 has something that says anything B1 permitted. So by default, B3 permits anything from B3 down. And then to address compatibility issues with the nearby residents to the north of the property, the petitioner offers a comprehensive list of voluntary commitments that limit the intensity of the development by prohibiting a wide range of higher impact uses, restrict hours of operation, prohibit outdoor storage, limit lighting impacts via photometric requirements, require adherence to, substantial adherence to the submitted conceptual site plan and elevations. And then specifically, only out-of-service centers and self-storage mini warehouses are permitted under B3 if you accept the commitments. And then of the B2 uses, around only 8 are permitted out of the list of B2 uses. And then within those 8, you have minor auto repair, quick oil change, and tire muffler service. And then within the B1, you have several B1 uses and special uses that are prohibited. Again, if accepted by the town council, these commitments would bind future owners and significantly narrow the range of permitted uses. When considering this rezone request under Indiana Code, the Plan Commission and Town Council must give reasonable regard to the following. 1, the comprehensive plan. 2, current conditions and character of current structures and use in each district. 3, the most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted. 4, the conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. And 5, responsible development and growth. With respect to the comprehensive plan, it designates this area for general commercial use, which are intended to accommodate higher volume commercial development along major corridors such as Oak Street. And I'll go. And again, right here's the site. While the B3 district typically discourages direct adjacency to residential zoning, again, which is the current condition if approved. However, staff finds that the proposed commitments meaningfully mitigate that concern. The commitments limit use intensity and operational impacts, while the law is sufficiently sized to ensure that buffering and site design standards will be addressed at the development plan stage. Based on the general commercial designation and the mitigating effects of the proposed commitments, staff finds that the request demonstrates reasonable regard for and is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. In regards to current conditions, the petitioner's conceptual layout and commitments align with the existing development patterns of large commercial and institutional uses along Oak Street, featuring similar building scale, parking, and designated buffers. While commercial residential adjacency to the north can raise compatibility concerns, this pattern reflects Oak Street's between 950 East and Ford Road, where commercial use fronts Oak Street and residences are in the rear. Potential land use conflicts can be mitigated typically through buffers, landscaping, and increased setbacks. The proposed commitments further limit the most intense uses near residential areas, and the site can accommodate required buffering and landscaping. Given the surrounding development and proposed limitation, staff believes the rezoning demonstrates reasonable regard for existing conditions and character of nearby structures and uses. With respect to the most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted, the subject property is located, again, along the Oak Street corridor, an area defined by established commercial and institutional uses supported by existing public infrastructure, including roadways, access and utilities. Surrounding parcels to the east, south, and west reflect long-standing patterns of non-residential development. Again, this whole area right here. Given its location, access, and availability of public services, the site is physically and functionally suited for continued commercial use. The proposed rezoning, limited by the petitioner's commitments, would allow commercial development consistent in type and scale with surrounding uses while maintaining compatibility with the nearby residences to the north. Staff finds that the commercial use is the most desirable for the site and that the rezoning supports an orderly continuation of the existing development pattern. With respect to conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction, the proposed rezoning from the B1 district to the B3 district is expected to continue to allow commercial development consistent with the existing character of Oak Street corridor, while higher intensity commercial uses can impact, again, adjacent residents. The site is within an established commercial corridor, continuing an existing land pattern rather than introducing incompatible uses. The petitioner's commitments limit the range and intensity of the B3 uses and imposes operational constraints, making the development comparable to lower commercial zoning. These limitations enhance compatibility with nearby residential areas and helps to protect property values. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning supports the conservation of property values within the town's jurisdiction. And then lastly, with respect to responsible development and growth, the proposed rezoning supports responsible growth by allowing continued commercial use within the Oak Street corridor. Rezoning to the B3, as limited by the petitioner's commitments, would permit commercial uses similar in type and scale to the surrounding developments, while again limiting intensity and operations to maintain compatibility with the residents to the north. And lastly, existing public infrastructure can support development under the proposed rezoning with no extraordinary improvements required. At the December 17th, 2025 TAC meeting, DPW indicated a traffic study would not be necessary. Based on these factors, staff finds that the rezoning demonstrates reasonable regard for responsible development and growth. Staff supports a favorable recommendation to rezone the area to be to 2.6 acres from urban neighborhood business to the urban outdoor business district. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jose. Any clarifications or questions for
Yeah, I have
staff?
a question. So just off of trying to understand a little more, when you guys look at something that is proposed like this and you say that it's a good fit for the area, it's obviously almost two, I won't say completely different things, but a storage facility versus an auto repair shop, tires or whatever, two different uses during the day, occupancy, type of work, that sort of thing. And you say it's conducive to back that up to a neighborhood with the surrounding usage being medical office building, office type settings with no exterior noise, that sort of thing. Where does the thought process come in from staff? I'm just trying to learn a little bit. The thought process come in where when you look at everything around it, it's an enclosed office type use, and this is obviously, an auto repair shop is not.
Sure. So one of the things is the standard for this is reasonable regard, so it does leave you as the recommending body leeway. It doesn't say that that you have to, you just have to give, I would say, a nexus of understanding, like when you consider this, so you guys have the latitude to accept or not accept what's given by staff. But as to how we looked at this, one of the bigger things was when we were talking to the petitioners, like they fully acknowledged that yes, the automotive center is probably one of the more intense uses, and so we felt that by limiting the use of hours and along with some of the other commitments in there, it was sufficient enough for it to be considered, okay, this is mitigating enough so that it could go in there and it's not, it wouldn't be considered necessarily a nuisance. And again, that can be disagreed by you guys, since you guys have that leeway.
Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Like I said, just trying to get a little understanding there, so thank you.
All right, is the petitioner here?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Jeff Jacob. I'm an attorney with Hackman Hewlett with offices here in Zionsville. I'm here tonight with Sam and Kathy Scheidler. Sam has continued to correct me as I have indicated that the Z storage facility opened, I keep saying 20 years, but he indicates that it's 21 years ago that facility was open, and there were a number of variances granted for that project, and as indicated, that is adjacent to this site. Let me see here. I don't know why that is not popping up on. Try one more thing, apologies. I may, Jose, I may have to have you pull that up for me. Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you for staff's comments. I thought that was a very thorough report. I would like to address some just additional comments. Let's talk about the self-storage, next couple slides, please. When you get to these, I would expect, and as seen in the commitments that, keep going please, to the self-storage, keep going, one more. Relative to the self-storage, I think what you'll see here is the same or equal quality as what the Scheidlers have done in Zionsville for the operation of their other storage facilities. These are neighborhood-centric storage. They don't quite fit in Zionsville's ordinance. It's in that it's not the typical industrial-like warehouse storage units. We believe that a very quality design has been submitted, and we hope to present to you in the coming weeks. Next slide, next two slides, please. Relative to the automotive service station, again, we believe that we have tendered a very attractive design. It has been oriented on the site to minimize impact to adjoining properties, and the intention is that this will be a flagship light automotive service center. And I think that's an important distinction, that this is not going to be as intensive of use as you think relative to a major automotive repair center. And I think that's reflective of some of the commitments that we have made in our restrictions. And again, this will have to go through a replat and development plan approval. So it is anticipated that we would be back in front of you on a number of occasions. As staff notes, this parcel had been unrestricted B2 for a number of years, meaning that there have been no commitments affiliated with the B2 zoning designation. And we have, as you see in your packets, presented an extensive list of prohibited uses. In essence, what the can't do's on this site. And in fact, I think if memory serves, we have excluded all of the B3 uses except for the storage and the automotive service. Now, at staff's suggestion, we've also gone ahead and done another round of commitments that further limit the site, providing a list of permitted uses. And that clarifies what we can do. And what we've tried to do there by putting both the prohibited and permitted uses is to provide further direction as to what may or may not happen on the center lot. We can't provide a list, nor does Zionsville's ordinance have a list of all things that could potentially happen, but we've tried to provide more direction and more restriction to the site. Additionally, in our commitments, you will note that we have provided some operational limitations consistent with the neighboring self-storage facility. We have no outdoor self-storage. We've got defined hours of operation. We have no security gates or security fencing. And we have 24-hour video recording and lighting restrictions. Now, can you flip down through the next couple pages, please, right there. This will be hard to read in this format, but we have, after meeting with a number of the residents, one of the things that we heard were impact issues. And so what we have done is we've added some additional operational restrictions. And if I may paraphrase or pull out one set of sections here in blue, all service operations, including vehicle diagnosis, repairs and maintenance, shall be conducted inside the climate-controlled facility with overhead doors closed to the extent practicable. And again, these doors are going to be, again, it's going to be a flagship location. These are going to be automatic doors. You're not going to get people slamming these, closing them, opening them. Further, petitioner commits to utilize electric tools, i.e. non-pneumatic tools, in all its automotive service center operations. Again, trying to reduce any noise issues. We're going to have climate-controlled, doors closed, and perhaps the more noisy air guns that you associate with a auto service center will not be utilized. Additionally, any air compressors utilized in the automotive service center operations will be inside. Further, they will be of a worm gear type mechanism other than a dual piston, all of which is to say we are doing quite a bit here to mitigate any noise that would come from this facility. We want to keep it inside, and we're taking out those things that are most noisy in an automotive service center. Another commitment that in talking to some of the neighbors that we have additionally made is that we'd like to shift, to the extent practical and working with staff, we'll shift the automotive service center further to the south. And again, in working with staff, subject to their approval, and I hesitate to even say this, but the dumpster will be located in the southwest corner.
You just saved 6 questions for this meeting, just so you know. So I think staff did a very good job, and I know that you've got have had a big agenda. So I will not jump into the staff rezoning criteria or the statutory rezoning criteria, and I won't belabor that. We echo staff's comments and believe that we have met or exceeded all of the statutory criteria. So one of the things that I've learned in the 21 years of working with Mr. Scheidler over 2 self-storage facilities is the guy knocks on some doors. And he has met with a number of the adjoining property owners and businesses in the area. And Jose, if I could get you to flip to the, keep going here. All right. So years ago, when the neighborhood self-storage or neighborhood-centric self-storage was an anomaly, and the adjoining site was approved, I challenged Mr. Scheidler to knock on some doors and get some approvals because that was the way to tackle and convince the town that this was an acceptable use, and he's run I think you'll hear tonight and see in your packets, has run an exceptional business and is an asset to the community. Well, the map that we have presented, I believe in staff's packet or in staff's file, you have letters of support from each of the properties in pink. And that's not to say that others around there are in opposition. They've either not responded or we may have a few that are in opposition. But I think that speaks volumes to the commitments, to the project, and the quality of operation that the Scheidlers have run. There's not very many times that I can stand in front of you where you have a business use that is adjoined by residences where I have, or a neighborhood where I have the direct adjoiners that support this project. Happy to answer any questions. The Scheidlers are both here as well, but we would, consistent with the staff recommendation, welcome your favorable vote.
Thank you, Jeff. Comments, questions for the petitioner?
The shop is air conditioned, correct? Not just the office portion of the.
Correct.
The whole building is.
Correct.
So
Correct.
in the summer months, the guys aren't encouraged to leave the doors open and keep it cool or anything like that.
And what we did is in our supplemental commitments that staff has, in fairness, not reviewed, but we've said to the extent practicable, those doors will remain closed. The owner will be incentivized with an HVAC bill to make sure that it's closed, so.
Other questions? All right. Let's open it up to the public. Does anyone wish to speak in favor or against the petition? Come to the podium and state your name and address, please.
My name is David Emily, and I reside at 226 Aspen Drive, Zionsville. If you refer to the site map shown there, across the lake from the proposed automotive service center are the closest courtyards of Zionsville residents, and our residence is directly across the street from these. You should have received our letter of concern for the rezoning from B1 to B3 in the proposed automotive center. I'd like to expand on a few items and answer any questions you might have on our concerns. First, I would like to emphasize that we have no concern with the expanded self-storage facility and only with the proposed automotive center. We thank Mr. Scheidler for the commitments he has made to date. However, if the B1 to B3 rezoning and automotive service center are approved, we believe additional commitments must be documented to ensure minimal impact to the adjacent properties. And as mentioned previously, noise is our primary concern, especially an 8-bay auto repair center operating 60-plus hours per week, starting at 7:30 a.m. Sound carries too well across our lake, as we have negatively experienced in the past. To mitigate this, we propose a documented, measurable commitment that peak noise level be below a set threshold, and I'd look kind of references such as 70 dB, which above that is considered annoyingly loud, as measured at their setback distance. This protects us and adjacent property, such as the adjacent school. I should mention, pushing it farther south, they're going to be a lot closer to an outdoor playground at that school site. But that, and lost my place. And yes, Goddard School. But this also provides the petitioner with various options to mitigate, such as the type tools mentioned, utilize building soundproofing, berms, sound barriers, etc. But again, I think a documented, measurable criteria really needs to be established, because walls will only mitigate so much noise, and we'd like to see a set level that will not impact any of the adjacent properties. Second is the toxic chemicals listed in the letter that are used in most auto service applications: brake fluid, oil, used oil, steering fluid. The entire courtyards of Zionsville irrigation system is supplied by the lake adjacent to the site. A documented commitment must include containment and response for leaks, spills, storage lockers, etc. So again, I thank Mr. Scheidler for his commitments to date, and the Zionsville Plan Commission for listening to our concerns. Our concerns are not with Mr. Scheidler, but with possible future ownership management. Thank you. And if you have any questions, like, take those and try and respond. So.
Any questions? Thank you, David.
Okay.
Anyone else from the audience?
I too am an owner, residential.
Could you state your name and your address? Could you, yes, name and address.
I live at 1682 Cypress, which is across the lake.
Give your name and address, please.
Oh, you didn't hear? I'm sorry. Donna Vidian, 1682 Cypress. I live across the lake in the Epcana community. I only have a couple comments. One was, this facility is not off Oak Street. It is set way behind all the other existing businesses on Oak Street. It is set next door to a residential area. If you have ever been to a tire repair shop, have you ever seen all their doors closed? I haven't. So when they say repair inside an air-conditioned building, I think that's wonderful, but I know all those doors aren't going to be closed. And they said they had letters from some of the existing people that are going to be near this area. Did they say were they residential or were they businesses that were located in front of where this facility is going to go? That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. Anyone else come here to speak on behalf or against the petition? Okay. We'll close the public input process. Commissioners, do you have any questions, or you want to deliberate on any of the material presented?
I would like to mention, though, if I may, that it's 10 o'clock, and the rules of procedure limit the board's action beyond 10 o'clock unless there's a motion to suspend the rules, please.
I think, I read today that we can't take any new business after 10, but we can go to 10:30 is what it says. So,
Okay, great.
So I think we're okay until 10:30.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
You knew we were going to have this problem tonight, didn't you?
I had some suspicions. I figured I'd read that rule.
I mean, I do appreciate the effort that's been taken, obviously with the map, that's up on the screen. It's a mix of residential and business, and the exclusions to be used, in this property, and kind of being very purposeful in bringing forth what you've brought forth, kind of narrowing those parameters down. So I do appreciate that.
Yeah, my comments basically have evolved through the presentation, and I want to point out, I don't mind, I personally wouldn't mind the mechanic shop. However, the orientation of it kind of seems like it has the potential to be like a drum and cast against another building and cast out the sound everywhere. And I was just curious, it seems like a better opportunity would be the orientation facing to the south, giving all of the neighboring residents a blank wall, without having the opportunity for the noise traveling the same way. I'm a little concerned not knowing what this middle land use will be. I assume it's all owned by the same owner. I guess that gives me a little angst, not knowing we're going into this development zone change with commitments, and we don't know what the middle ground is going to be. And I think the middle ground is really probably the most important when it comes to being a sound barrier, or a light, preventing light from casting off to the neighbors. And I like that you mentioned, or the attorney mentioned, that they had talked to the neighboring people. I think it's a valid question that the gal that spoke, who did you really talk to? Did you talk to commercial? Did you talk to residential people? And are those residential people the ones that are supporting this? So I guess that's really my comment, and I really want to hear the other commissioners discuss this project. But signage, we talked about nuisance from sound, but also lighting is a huge thing, especially when there's existing residential. We talked about the road impact. I appreciate you mentioning, I think staff mentioned road impact not being something that's going to be needed to really further discuss. However, it does concern me with the traffic, but storage units, I have no problem with the storage unit. I think possibly the orientation of the mechanic shop or facility is probably my largest concern. And I'm just curious, is that something that the orientation could be changed, or the petitioner would be willing to change on that.
I think with that, I mean, they do have the doors facing away from the residents, as well as they've already talked about moving it, further south, which will help a little bit. And on the lighting, it does say it will consist of downward directed wall packs with guards to block visibility. So I think there's been some care and thought taken into that. And then looking through a lot of what they're allowing, because I had the same concerns with, the middle portion, really with what's being allowed there. There's going to be nothing as loud as the automobile repair shop. So that was something that kind of helped me a little bit with that middle part, but I don't know if you have anything you want to add to it.
My name is Sam Scheidler, reside at 10325 Cottonwood Court. Mr. Melton, you were asking about who did we talk with and who did we get letters of support from. Everyone in pink on that map, this map they're bringing up, we have letters of support from them. So the bottom part along, Oak Street, those are all businesses. Even the Goddard School, which someone voiced concern for them. And then the 4 residences adjoining to the north in Village Walk, we have really nice letters of support from them. We met with them several times, formulated our commitments with them, and same with even the businesses to the south, because it matters. We're a neighborhood, and some are commercial, some are residential, but we're all living together. It's a neighborhood. To the orientation of the building, our building, a lot of automotive repair centers have bay doors in the back. We have a solid brick wall, and that faces west, which really is going to be a nice sound barrier for the neighborhood, the courtyards. And then you drop those doors. Those are insulated doors. Those are thick glass insulated doors. You air condition it and drop those, and you use electric tools. There's not going to be much noise at all. I would like to bring up, love the business, Zionsville Auto, the Trowbridges. They've operated for many years, and they have Manchester Village, is it called? They have residences right behind them, and they have open garage doors in back. And I'm not on any list to learn about complaints, but I think they've operated in harmony with those residences right behind them for quite some time.
I think those houses came after.
They did.
But
you are
but
correct.
that's not a huge deal. I
You
guess
are
I just want to kind of mitigate the concerns here tonight, and if there was an option for that with regards to orientation. But those are my concerns. We've heard some other concerns, but I appreciate your response to that.
So tonight, we're looking at a rezoning, not a development plan approval, for one. But this rezoning is got a lot of details in it, meaning they're restricting what they can do. They're stripping away some of the B3, is that right? Uses, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're essentially stripping everything but 2 uses in B3.
Right. So, I mean, they're trying to mitigate that. But as a plan commission on tricky sites like this, I say tricky only because it is a transitional location from residential to commercial. I think it's always wise to kind of know what they're wanting to rezone, the reason why they need the rezoning. And they're showing that, which sometimes people say, well, we're hoping to do this or hoping to do that. They're at least being more upfront, which I do appreciate. But if we want to add any conditions to the approval above and beyond what they've offered, we can do that as part of our recommendation to the council, and then council can also add their own conditions to an approval at the time of rezoning. So we have a chance tonight to add something, and it could be as simple as we would want that building to be moved as far south as possible, or the orientation of the doors. One thing for me is a brick wall is great, but sound doesn't, it goes the path of least resistance. And if your ceilings, your roofing doesn't also have that kind of a solid barrier, It's, you know, what we use in the building industry is sound transmission class, STC. And so you really want to, that wall will be, if it's solid masonry, would be good, but you could be losing a lot of sound through the roof deck. So that's something to keep in mind, and maybe we do want to make sure that sound is not escaping the building. And if
I
there,
don't know what all would be in there that would be so loud to get through
I
a
don't
roof if they're using electric. I mean, they've already handcuffed themselves pretty tight with electric tools and a certain type of compressor and that sort of thing. I mean, I think the loudest thing you'll get from there is guys, you know, maybe beeping a horn to come in or something, you know.
Right. Personally, I'm not opposed to the auto, you know, repair there. There's plenty of examples. There's, over in Carmel, there's at Main and Guilford, there's Joe's Auto, and they went in right next to a residential area, and it's been a nice neighbor. They have not created a nuisance for the apartments that are nearby, the townhomes that are nearby. So it can be done. And I think they've addressed most of the issues that I would have concern about. I'm just saying that we can add that to a motion tonight if we want to.
Actually, when we get to the location of the building, I actually like where the building sits, because if you move it to the south, then you have to put parking on the north side of that building. And then you've got headlights shining into homes, you've got headlights shining across the pond potentially into homes. Keeping the building on that north corner it may be more favorable, but, I mean, we'll get to that point in the development plan. This is, like you said, this is a rezone, and I think they've hand-tied themselves quite a bit in the B3, essentially only adding 2 additional. This is pretty easy for me on the rezone.
I noted in the illustration that it shows kind of this really dense forest on the backside of the auto facility. I don't think it's that dense, and there is some concern about aesthetics there for me, but less about that is more of a preservation of that tree row. You know, I would like to see the drip line around those trees being preserved so we don't lose any during this construction, because that buffers, especially to the north and the residences. I've just seen too many cases where during construction, equipment gets driven on the root zone of those trees, and then 2 years later, 3 years later, they're gone. So that buffer that's already there is quite nice, and would like to see that preserved as part of the commitment from the developer to not impede on or damage that buffer.
Would you like that as a commitment on the motion?
I would.
Preservation of the north and west tree.
Yeah, especially if the building's going to be kept on the north side, but I trust that it can be done well, and that's where I'm at with it. And it sounds like they've addressed most of those issues. Anyone else want to add in?
Frankly, my concern is with a day that started very early for, I'm sure, many of us.
Yeah.
I question our ability to get through things the right way. And as perhaps the comments that have been made in a continuance is maybe the more appropriate way to manage it.
Okay.
That,
Well, I would certainly entertain a motion.
I'll entertain the motion.
I'm not telling anybody what to do.
No, I understand.
Well, let's see where we go here. I move that docket 2025-86-Z to rezone approximately 2.6 acres from the urban neighborhood business B1 district to the urban outdoor business B3 district, subject to commitments as submitted, and preservation of the north and west tree lines to the drip line of the trees, receive a favorable recommendation based upon findings in the staff report as presented.
Second.
And just for clarity, as presented, meaning that you accepting their commitments.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mike, you want to do a roll call?
Yes. Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Kendrick Davis,
Aye.
Nick Plopper,
Aye.
Jim Hurst,
Aye.
Craig Melton,
No.
Brad Johnson,
Aye.
Nikki Finelli.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that our intention is clear on the record that the supplemental voluntary commitments, I think what was referenced, I want to make sure that the intention is clear that we intend to include those, which is what was referenced.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
just want to thank you for your time and patience this evening.
Thank you. All right, now, it is after 10 o'clock. To take on any additional business after 10, we have to have a unanimous vote to continue.
And just to be clear, how many items do we have left on our docket?
We just have one.
There's additional items, I think, related to Mr. Taylor.
We have the Pittman Partners Woodland Grove PUD rezoning.
And then does legal counsel?
Oh, that's just a
Okay.
simple thing.
Stir him away.
Yeah, right.
Call him an Uber to get home.
I make a
so
motion to
we-
suspend the rules to continue business.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're going to roll. Kyle? Oh, sorry, staff first.
While Jody's getting situated, thank you for suspending the rules. Much appreciated.
I would say my vote yes was more in deference to the citizens that showed up.
That is what I was going to
Thank you.
argue
Stuck
if
around.
that was not the motion.
It's okay with me. I don't have to do any staff talking at all. I can just go straight to the petitioner if you want.
Kyle, do you want to take the introduction? I mean, Jody's deferring to you if you want to take it.
Jody, whatever your preference is, happy to.
Yeah, no, they've got my staff report, so if you want to just dig in, do it.
Plan Commission members, good evening. For the record, Kyle Resetaritz with Denton's 10 West Market Street, Suite 2700, Indianapolis. Thank you for your time and diligence on behalf of the town this evening. Certainly very grateful for the suspension of the rules, particularly for the residents of the town and neighboring this proposed project who have spent their evening with us this evening. I will offer as an introductory comment that the petitioner's request this evening, as we communicated to the neighbors, is for the Plan Commission not to vote on this matter tonight. In fact, the request is for us, for the Plan Commission to consider tabling the matter after an opportunity to hear my comments, as well as hold the public hearing, of course, within the discretion of the Plan Commission, whether or not to close that public hearing. But there's a few reasons for that. Of course, of utmost importance is your opportunity to review the language included in the ordinance, discuss the matter with petitioner, and review all matters of record in the file. But of other consideration for you is also that the petitioner, Steve Pittman Partners, joining me this evening, and I hosted a public meeting on Thursday evening upstairs, at which about 10 different property owners, about 20 total people were in attendance. Everyone who received a mailed public notice as required for this public hearing received an invite for that meeting. That was about an hour and a half, 2-hour meeting in sum, and that resulted in a productive discussion around much of what I'll present tonight, but particularly with respect to some of the conceptual imagery around the site. And given the feedback there, petitioner has taken those comments seriously and is using some additional time to evaluate whether there is different conceptual imagery and different design standards to include in the ordinance. And so really just want to make sure that the Plan Commission understands that we're using this as an opportunity to listen, react, respond, and hopefully improve upon the ordinance before the Plan Commission considers it next month, if you're so inclined. If I can have my screen promoted, please. Or I guess, let's see. What are we doing here? We'll do that. As I said, on behalf of Pittman Partners, here to present a PUD for the Woodland Grove Planned Unit Development District to set the stage with a context plan. This is a petition for a mixed-use development featuring 4 sub-districts: a Michigan Road commercial sub-district, Discovery Commons capturing attached alley-loaded townhomes, Overland Commons detached single-family homes, and a tree preservation and wildlife sub-district. As shown on the map here, situated along US 421 between 200 and 300 South on about a 51 acre parcel of land on the east side of 421. As your staff report indicates, a portion, or this petition really represents a portion of land on a prior zoning petition that was before you last year, but this includes a new site plan, only a portion of the real estate just outlined in color here. Zooming into the concept plan, this concept plan highlights the 4 sub-districts that I just noted. Along 421, Michigan Road is highlighted or represented by the 4 orange buildings, the commercial sub-district or the Michigan Road sub-district. As we move to the east, the single-family attached, which was a sub-district called Discovery Commons, representing representing a maximum townhome use of 150 townhomes. And then as we transition further east, these single-family detached homes with a maximum of 40 in sum. And then in the northeast corner, I joked with Steve, I'm not sure quite what to call this walking trail, but I'll call it perhaps a dog bone walking trail and tree preservation path in the northeast corner. That's a presently wooded area, so the petitioner looks to preserve that area and improve it to be an amenity space, a private amenity space for the residents in this community, walking trails and the like through that preservation area. You'll note the unique path from a single-family attached and then through into single-family detached. The reason for this, as I transition back to the context plan, is because the eastern boundary of this site abuts the western boundary of the Union Woodland subdivision previously approved by this board. And in fact, I believe 10 or so or more building permits were pulled just this year on that community. And so a connectivity point along this shared property line, and extension of the single-family homes in Union Woodlands to the single-family home sub-district of Woodland Grove here. Thank you to staff and Jody in particular for the collaboration to date. As always, the staff report, as I said in my opening comments, supported a hearing, discussion, Q&A, but again, would ask the Plan Commission to consider tabling this item. As staff noted in its report, the timing of this petition is unique as it falls between an existing comp plan and what we expect will be a new comp plan, as this commission knows, having sent the new comprehensive plan to the town council for consideration, likely in February. Of course, that new comprehensive plan significantly changes the future land use map of this corridor, but we agree with staff's findings in their staff report that really this conceptual plan aligns with many elements of the existing comp plan as well as the future comp plan, particularly the mixed residential alignment of the land use map for the commercial and single family attached, and then the more conventional residential on the eastern half of the site. As I move my cursor here, really the land use map bifurcates this parcel largely where my cursor is indicating, with mixed residential on the west and more conventional subdivision residential on the east here. As an acknowledgement of the time here, I'll just say for the record, I believe we meet and exceed the statutory criteria. The ultimate request of the petitioner will be a favorable recommendation, but again, I'll withhold those items. Just want to highlight for you some of the conceptual imagery, not to go in any great detail here, but I just have this and 3 more slides. Conceptual imagery of the Michigan Road commercial use block, the conceptual imagery of the Discovery Commons, which is the 2 or 3 story townhomes being captured on this slide. Conceptual imagery of that tree preservation and wildlife use block for the northeast portion of the development, and then some conceptual imagery of the Overland Commons, which is the single family detached here. As I return for a moment to the conceptual imagery of the Michigan Road commercial use block, I would ask if the Plan Commission would consider offering some comments about what they would prefer, what you all would prefer as far as the conceptual imagery and the general character and architectural elements in the Michigan Road commercial use block. The reason why I ask for perhaps some feedback either this evening or before next meeting is because this was the source of much of the discussion with the neighbors last Thursday, particularly given that this conceptual imagery offers a great diversity in architecture, both in height and in size and materials and otherwise. While I don't speak for the members of the public and the residents of last Thursday, there seemed to be a general consensus, or at least some consistency around the thought or the belief that they would like consistent architecture, more of a village feel, less of that diversity in architecture. And so the Michigan Road subdistrict allows by ordinance up to 50,000 square feet of commercial. The site conceptual plan, as I showed you, has 4 different buildings. Single or multi-tenant buildings is contemplated in the ordinance, but ultimately we would look for Plan Commission as well as the neighbor and community feedback of whether there's diversity in architecture or consistency across. And when I say consistency, really having those 4 or multiple buildings, represent the same architecture. There were, as I transitioned back to the concept plan, there were some discussions also about I'll call it the front line of defense here of the townhomes, those that face north or kind of run in this north-south pattern, making sure or at least contemplating perhaps that those be 3 stories. Those would be a nice visual buffer to perhaps hide or stand in front of some of the density of the townhomes behind them. I will call out that all of these, as I mentioned earlier, are alley loaded, and so also the conversations around the architecture, perhaps increased masonry usage along these the front elevations of these townhomes here. All of these alleys would serve the rear of the townhomes. Each of them would be a 2-car garage, 2-car driveway. So each townhome has a possible 4 parking spaces in total, serving each of these units. The outside units along the north and the south, again, would face the front of their home would face south and north. The front of these townhomes would face to the west, and so really providing some nice architectural elements there, and also some common space between, for example, right here, some common area as people walk out in their front yard, maybe throw a football, throw a frisbee, etc. So a nice community feel within the townhome sector here. I will note, while I'm sure this Plan Commission will consider, and the town council alike will consider different differentiations between the prior PUD rezone petition and this petition. One consistency that we've kept here is that there seemed to be a support among Plan Commission members as well as town council members for these uses, commercial use along Michigan Road and townhome use and elevated density in this corridor. And perhaps that falls in line with the Plan Commission support of the land use map and the mixed residential here along this western half of the community. And so I'll call that out to you. And of course, the reason for the single family detached on the eastern portion is ultimately finding a way to transition the use from that more dense use in the west to the Union Woodlands to the east. And really, we sort of view this as an excellent way to not only preserve the existing woodlands, but also be a consistent buffer and also a way to connect the roads, both for Union Woodlands to access Michigan Road, but just consistent, fire and police and other access there. Thank you for your time this evening, particularly given the late hour. I'll pause here and appreciate any opportunity at a future Plan Commission meeting to offer additional comments. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Staff, do you want to add anything to that presentation from your perspectives?
No, I was just going to, my only highlight was we are between comp plans, so.
Right.
But
Okay,
Kyle covered that.
you. Wanted to give you a shot in case Kyle missed something. All right, commissioners, questions for Kyle?
Kyle, in the single-family residential in the back of this thing, do those lot sizes match up in size with what Union Woodlands is?
Largely, the anticipated lot size is, or the minimum lot size should say, is about 7,000 square feet, an eighth of an acre or so. Certainly, the intent would be for them to be a tad larger, and they do match with some of the Union Woodlands lots. Before next Plan Commission, I'll see if I can find a number of consistent lots for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before we open up to the public? All right, so anyone from the public want to speak in favor or against the proposed project? Come to the podium, state your name and address.
Greg, excuse me, Greg Holbrook, my wife and 2 kids and I live at 1945 South 1100 East, and I would be remiss if I did not note my wife's major decade birthday yesterday. I won't say which one because I want to live. I'm here to speak against it. When Adam Pieper presented the new comprehensive plan, he made sure he made the point of saying that land use map is not the entirety of the new comprehensive plan. There are many other pages in that plan. And so just because you meet the land use map doesn't mean you conform to the new comprehensive plan. And I'm going to read what I believe to be one of the most significant pages of that land use plan as it applies to this proposal. Zionsville has experienced significant, this is from page 81 if you happen to have it. Zionsville has experienced significant housing construction over the last decade as the community has further established itself as a premier destination. Ongoing projects and recent approvals will add hundreds more housing units to the community in the coming years. And I would submit it's probably more than 1,000. It's not just hundreds. So I will go further down where it says, however, consistent with the community's vision and fiscal priorities, the town intends to manage new housing development at a more measured pace. I would submit that that's an acknowledgement that we've been building too fast, too many, and particularly in this area. There have been a lot of approvals and new construction going on that hasn't been finished. We haven't even seen the effects on this area, and approving more at this time is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Next.
Good evening, Chris Henry, 2346 South US Highway 421, directly across the property. Just a quick question. Will public comment be limited? I know we're going to table this, Kyle and Steve, for maybe next month or the next opportunity. Will public comment be limited the next time we get together? Is this the public's only opportunity to speak?
It would be my recommendation to the Plan Commission that we keep the public hearing option open so we can continue it at the next meeting.
I would certainly be supportive of that.
If that's the case, we'll look forward to talking. We've had great conversation. I just want to make sure the public comment wouldn't be limited.
Yeah, because we're not really going into full depth tonight. They're looking more for comments. I think it's prudent that we keep the public hearing open.
All right, thank you.
Laurel Tobin, 7935 East 100 South. I'm here representing Save Rural Zionsville's leadership team. Building off of your comment, the meeting last week, we're still working on gathering community feedback from our members. We sent out a meeting notice this past weekend, which indicated that we believed this meeting would be continued. So we have not received significant feedback at this time to share with you, and I wanted to make sure we noted that. We wanted to bring up just a couple comments since this is an opportunity to get the discussion going. We believe the best way to assess this is to compare it to the previous PUD that was presented last year to most of you. The town council voted to deny that previous petition based on density primarily. We want to compare that proposal to this one because this proposes to use one of the 3 parcels that was included in that petition. This acreage is approximately 1/3 of the previous proposal, so about 51 acres compared to 147. This project more than doubles the previous commercial retail size, going to 50,000 square feet from 20,000. There is a gross residential density of 3.68 lots per acre compared to 2.94 in the previous petition. And additionally, there is no dedicated amenity area shown on the current plan before us. The gross density for this latest petition is 25% greater than what was shown before. Of the proposed 190 units, 150 would have a minimum lot size of 1,600 square feet, approximately 1/27th of an acre. This would be completely incompatible with surrounding residential properties, many of which comprise multiple acres. It's difficult to imagine a proposed lot size that is less compatible with the surrounding rural lifestyle. This is an urban lot size, and speaking to some of Mr. Johnson's comments in the past, we're not conceptually opposed to the idea of a PUD coming before you or to the town that has decreased density in some areas to allow for larger lots in some areas. So if we were looking at something like the original 3 parcels that had a more balanced layout, we would be open to that conversation. Our concern with looking at just this area is that it's creating a precedent. So During discussions of the previous PUD, some felt that the adjoining Union Woodlands, which was mentioned today, set a density precedent for rezoning, or for the reserve, even though the Union Woodlands parcel was zoned as R3, and this is zoned Ag. In the future, developers of other parcels could argue that this sets a precedent, leading to more inappropriate development in a rural area. We believe that the same density concerns which led the town council to reject the previous request are more present in this petition. One other note regarding the comprehensive plan. Plan Commission members made significant changes to the draft when it was before you at the 12/15/25 meeting. At the 1/5/26 Town Council meeting, it was stated that several other potential revisions are to be discussed at the upcoming meeting. The question has also been raised whether these latest changes are occurring without public comment. Until the final 2026 comp plan is adopted, it would be risky to assess the Pittman petition using this document. We believe that only the adopted comp plan and its amendments should be used. And we want to note that we're not opposed to development in this area, as evidenced by our lack of comment on the proposal that was put forth for north of 200, including Watches Farm. We feel this development needs some further refinement, which is why we're happy that we're having this conversation with you guys starting now. We respectfully request that you continue this petition to the February or March meeting and allow time for additional review and public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, anyone else?
Jim Nyrider, 1101 Indian Pipe Lane, Vice President of Countrywood Associations. We're just south of where it's getting developed. No one has reached out to any of us in our neighborhood, so I thought that was kind of interesting. I'm not against developments and all that. I love keeping Zionsville rural. Huge reason I moved here 7 years ago. I moved from Thorntown, Lebanon area. Lebanon is, I hate it now. I hate what they're doing with Lebanon. Everything's developed. All the cornfields are gone. All the houses, they build them, they look the same. I love the custom homes out here, but that's besides the point. The biggest point that I want to bring to your guys' attention, on any of the developments along 421, the fire station, the emergency times, 421 and 300, you guys know the traffic is just crazy there. The more we develop north, more than likely most of that traffic is working in Indy or somewhere south, and the emergency crews go south. I don't know the percentages, but I would say most of the time, that firehouse is going south on 421 versus north. And it's always getting into 300 and 421 right there. We don't have a good fix for that. Every morning you go out there at rush hour, and it's.
So you need to address the Plan Commission.
Sorry, every morning you go out there, it's a traffic. It's just stopped traffic. So my biggest concern is the more we develop whatever it is, what are we going to do with 421 and 300? What are we going to do with the emergency crews to keep the response times up? That's my biggest concern with all of it. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Jim. Anyone else here to speak? You're going to hold? Okay. All right. Plan Commission, we'll pause the public hearing for right now. Should we make a motion now to suspend the public hearing to our, or just, we don't want to close it technically.
Right, you don't need to do anything.
Okay.
At some point in time, you're going to be invited a motion for continuance.
Okay.
And you've already said that you're going to continue the public hearing, that part of it, at least that's the recommendation, so.
Okay.
But I think you're about there.
Okay, sounds good. So questions for the petitioner? Or comments? I think they're looking for feedback, so let's give it to them.
I know you made a comment, you're trying to make a break by going 3-story on the townhomes. One of the things I like about the townhomes at Appaloosa is they're staggered. We started with 2-story, then we go into a 3-story. maybe something that may soften that look. I know you only have one row there to go with, but some sort of softening there, so it kind of gives a little bit, doesn't look like a big monolith three-story building. So just something to consider.
Thank you, and we are considering that variety throughout the sub-district to provide that 2 to 3 story variety.
Anyone else?
I'm just going to address the gal that spoke with whether some of her information was, accurate or not, versus the 2025 version, which was much larger in geography, I guess, versus the 2026 version of this. That's kind of concerning that we talk about all the information she gave. I took notes, and I don't want to go through it because it's all recorded, but it seems like the density is a lot denser on this smaller parcel, and I don't know why that would come to us when it got denied before in a similar fashion. So you wanted feedback. That's my feedback to you. And I know you guys, it's about, you gotta make your money on the development side. I understand that. I'm concerned that you're gonna be bringing this to this commission, the town council, and it seems like the changes were not in favor of the community, or even taking their feedback that you went through last time. But I know this is a different project, and I respect that. And you have, every right to bring it to this commission and the council. But I just would be cautious of that. You've got a very well-organized group that's kind of doing a gut check on it as well. So I don't know if you have a response to that, but I don't know, it concerns me.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. For the record, my name's Steve Pittman. I reside at 370 Sander Court. I'm here representing Pittman Partners. So if you want to go back and look at the previous proposal that we did, I don't know, a year ago or however long it was on 155 acres. And, we started out proposing, a multi-million-dollar sports park and a lot of other things to pay for. So we started out doing that. Then over time, our project evolved, and the area up on 200 was the area where people said they didn't want density. That it was zoned ag. The comp plan was calling for ag, and so we made very large lots in that area. So and generally the comments that we got back from people was, "Hey, we really like what you're doing off of 421. Could you just bring that to us?" And in fact, per the comprehensive plan, they were telling us that portion of our plan was consistent with the comp plan. It was calling for campus housing. So that's the reason we put the density up there, because the comp plan supported it, and the comp plan supported very low density. So what I tell people is, one thing I think that we are good at, if not a lot of things, one thing I think we are good at is we're good at listening. And that's one of the things that we heard from people was, like what you're doing in 421, don't like that development going out to 200. So that's, we feel like we're being consistent with what we were told before. And so it's not really fair to say, hey, this little pocket's more dense than 150 acres. That's exactly what's happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think an easy one for me, as far as when you bring it forward the next time, if obviously the comp plan hasn't been finalized, there's been changes and adjustments made to that, but I think it's pretty clear. You've already stated, you almost fall into /3 different areas, right? You've got 421 overlay, which really isn't reflected potentially on this future land use map for the new comp plan, because it just has in there that mixed use residential, right? So you guys fall under a mixed use and a conventional subdivision in the proposed new one. I agree, this is a good litmus test to the town council. It's in their hands right now to say, okay, this is what it shows, this is what we're being offered. I would ask, just for easy breakdown for everybody, that you kind of, section that out, land versus that density, because conventional subdivisions are talking about 2 units per acre, and a mixed use is 2 to 4 units per acre, and it also says some portions of a project may exceed 4 units per acre. So I think if you would be okay with that breakdown, I think that would help us and the council and potentially, you know, the citizens of Zionsville to understand what you're offering versus what we are potentially approving. I think would be a very easy thing to kind of help guide some of that vision as well.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And just for context, we've been going kind of through that demarcation between the districts, how it relates to the comp plan in its current state, or new comp plan in its current state, and analyzing whether or not we view this as a full development, or are we bifurcating them between the sub-districts? Because ultimately, as the PUD, it should be viewed as one PUD. As noted, the total density is 3.6 units per acre, which would fall in line with both, fall in line with mixed residential, noting that in the areas where there are more dense uses like townhomes, the current land use map notes that you can exceed that, so long as you're not exceeding that for the entirety of the subdivision. And then easy math here, 40 single-family homes, it's about a 20-acre sub-district, so 2 units per acre in the conventional sub-district, which would fall in line with what the current land use map says. So we can break that down into maybe a table format, and there's going to be some numbers that are high and some numbers that are low, and certainly want some dialogue on whether that mix, if you will, matches what the intent of the Plan Commission, the council, and the land use map look like. Just to briefly, some other comments here. Certainly, this development offers the variety of housing options that the overall comprehensive plan called for. Added tax base of commercial development, which is certainly a priority of the town, outlined in the comprehensive plan as well. So 2 elements there just to consider in the grand comprehensive plan, as opposed to just focusing on the land use map, and we can call those out in a further discussion. But just while we won't see you maybe for 30 days, just wanted to leave those with you as well.
Okay.
Couple comments here. I just want to say my recollection of last year's petition. I recall lots of positive feedback on the campus housing component of that plan. We didn't like it as a whole, but the campus housing, my recollection, even though nobody knows what that means exactly, I don't think it's defined anywhere. But that seemed to be something that we could have lived with if we looked at it in a vacuum, which more or less is what you brought to us today. And so I appreciate that. And I also want to say, focusing on the commercial or retail component of this, it is a priority for the town. We need to diversify our tax base. And so I'm happy to see that included in this plan. So I'll give you a little feedback on your conceptual images that you've shared. I don't love any of them, honestly. If I had to choose one, the dental office on the bottom left is closest to what I would personally prefer. As far as, and I'm all for the uniform stylistic look rather than the diversity of architecture. I think if we're going to preserve any kind of ag or rural feel to it, we need to go with some architecture that looks something like that. I love the A-frame, I love the awning, yeah, those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I can share some thoughts as well. So one is, I think one thing that would need to be spelled out more clearly is parking. It's not common for guests to use the alleys usually, but maybe there's a design that works for that. But on that eastern portion where it transitions to single family, I can see guests choosing to park along that road out in front of single family houses to walk across the street to visit their friends at the townhomes. So, addressing parking for overflow that maybe can't fit in those bays in front of the garage doors would be something to take a look at. I think a transition between the commercial and the residential, that four-way intersection could be a roundabout, that tends to soften to and kind of communicates to drivers that you're heading into a more residential area. I don't love the long access sidewalks, you know, for people to get to the front doors. And I'm not sure how many people are actually going to go to the front door if they're parking at the back. Is there going to be a door for somebody to, if their friends come to visit and they park in front of the garage doors, is there a service door there that they can knock on, ring the doorbell, and go into the house? Or do they have to figure out, how do I get the garage door open? If they have to walk around to the front door, some of those, I mean, there's a lot of distance. I'm not sure if people would like that or not, but that just seemed like excessive distance for the sidewalks getting to the front doors. Connectivity, I think generally is good, but do we have any sense at all what's going to be happening to the south or to the north, and do we need to have pedestrian connectivity? It's just a vague question. Do you see these roads connecting to the north and to the south? I mean, that's generally the hope.
Yes.
The trail for in the woods, I think that's fantastic, but I would, if there's common area that's not wooded, just to the south of that, I mean, possibly expanding the length of the trails into the non-wooded areas is, would be welcome. People like distance or options. And then I also noted that, you know, with this many dwelling units, an amenity center probably or could be justified, and maybe that's part of this commercial development, maybe a third place, you know, a gathering space could be integrated into that commercial area and be the amenity center. It doesn't have to be a pod that's separate from everything else. It could be an amenity center for the businesses and the residences if you want to get creative. And then the last thing is just strive really hard to break up monotony. I mean, personally, I don't mind density, but I do care a lot about quality of design, and with the straight, you know, you can almost shoot a laser down the front facades of every one of these houses. If the roads could curve or the lots or the layout could undulate some, I think that would go a long way to creating some anti-monotony for the development.
Thank you.
I just have one quick comment. On the dog bone, my only comment would be on maybe the upper left-hand side. If you could also make that a circle with some benches. As a mom who used to have young children, I would sit on a bench and watch my kids ride that circle instead of chasing them around. This entire dog bone would be huge. So that's just my own personal comment. That's all.
All right, do we want to leave them with any other?
Just real quick, sorry.
Yeah.
I did want to make a comment. Save Rules Zionsville, obviously you guys have been, I appreciate you, you know, representing tonight. I would love to see some type of, you know, work together with this. Obviously, you know, and with everybody else that is here, some type of happy place, because I agree, we are setting precedent in this area. It's a little detached north. You know, we talk about not wanting to do leapfrog development and that sort of thing. You know, we have Watch Us Grow that's going to be up north of there, and you know, they're going to have a little bit of kind of commercial. What does that architecture look like versus does that help maybe some of the architecture for this project out front, maybe as a little bit of a guide and kind of a work together? I'm not sure, but I think it is a good opportunity, and I appreciate you guys coming back, having listened to us and heard, you know, that we understand there's going to be a 421 corridor there. That does have an opportunity for commercial, but it does have an opportunity for it to be, you know, uniquely Zionsville. And the fact that, you know, I do have people that are interested in living in townhomes in Zionsville with the paths, with everything that's around, with the community as much as the amenities for the town. So I'm looking forward to hopefully you guys being able to work together with that. So thank you for coming with the mindset of, let's get it out, let's talk about it, and let's find some medium ground, so.
I'll leave. I have two other just quick comments I forgot to mention. So to me, 1 or 2 story commercial buildings is either, going vertical is fine. But I think in this particular area, especially if you're transitioning immediately to townhomes, doing pitched roofs would probably be a better solution than flat roofed, strip center type of architecture. Not to say it can't be multi-tenant, but just saying something that does actually recognize the rural character, even if it's urban in its intensity. And then last is to kind of add to the flavor of the agricultural language that's in the comprehensive plan, the current one particularly. Townhomes, they don't really have a space for gardens. Possibly offering or having space on the site that is used for community gardens might be a nice touch, and also be a bit of an homage to the agricultural community.
On behalf of Steve, certainly thank you for all the honest feedback in this forum.
All right, we need a motion to, I think, to continue this.
Did we want to consider a motion to just send it with no recommendation to town council? Speed along a little bit. Mr. Pittman, are you ready for that?
That would be deja vu of my first meeting.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
No.
I don't know why Craig,
I don't want my phone ringing all day tomorrow.
why is Craig not laughing?
I hope we don't have to ever do that again.
All right.
But thank you for reminding us of that.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
All right.
Please.
I move that docket 2025-83-Z to rezone approximately 51.56 acres from AG to Woodland Grove Plan Unit Development PUD District be continued to a future date for future consideration. Time of the next week. February, okay, guys? February 7th to the February 17th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Just
Are
a
you-
note of discussion. I'm personally comfortable with it, but I don't know that we'll be all the way done with the new comp plan in February.
Right.
Because I think it has to come back to us.
How
if
much,
they make any changes.
let me ask the petitioner, how much more work do you want to put into this before, and how much dialogue do you want to have with neighbors and concerned citizens before it comes back? Is next month too soon?
I mean, thankfully you had a 4-hour meeting, so Steve was working with neighbors in the hall here. I mean, this is an active process. Steve's met with neighbors even just since Thursday. I anticipate that we'll be ready next month. Obviously, Save Rural Zionsville's participation this evening doesn't come as a surprise, but it is a new connection. So long for this round, if you will. So hopefully, we will work aggressively to be ready for next month.
And I think Jim had mentioned that his neighborhood maybe wasn't aware of it. I don't know if they got notices or not, but maybe reaching out to them.
Yeah, we will. They did receive notice, but given the two properties deep, it was likely only 1 or 2 within that community.
Okay. All right, do you want to reiterate that motion, or did we have a second already? Oh, we had a second?
You had a second.
Okay. And we need to make sure that we preserve the public hearing, maybe add that, I don't know.
I'll set that amendment to preserve the public hearing. Will be reopened at the February meeting.
Very good.
Second, second.
All right, I think we'll all be unanimous here, so I'm just going to general call out. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Here are all of these.
Okay, and then lastly, Taylor, Manette, Schneider, and Clutter have submitted a engagement letter for this year. Their rate would increase by $20 per hour.
Per meeting?
$10. That was, okay. $10 per hour, thank you. Staff's had a good relationship with our legal counsel. We're very happy to continue working with Dan Taylor and his team.
It's going to be a whole month. I want to wait.
If you're in support of that, I'd request a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
As we're walking
All
out
in
the door.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Yes,
bye.
thank you.
You have to
Thank you,
be-
Mr. President.
You have to be physically present in the room.